I will now call to order the regular city council meeting of February 13th, 2023. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person city council meetings in council chambers. Public access to the meeting is also available by telephone by using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Meetings are broadcast on Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitkovich,
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo is absent, Councilmember Kondo,
Here.
Councilmember Lukeman Hiramasa,
Here.
Councilmember Goff is absent, Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, our first order of business tonight, I would like to invite Municipal Judge Amanda Bailhash to administer the oath of office to newly appointed Councilmember Tim Long.
Congratulations, Mr. Long.
All right, raise your right hand. I, Timothy L. Long,
I, Timothy L. Long,
do swear
do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
the Northland City Charter,
the Northland City Charter,
and the ordinances of the City of Northland,
and the ordinances of the City of Northland,
and I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
perform the duties
perform the duties
of the office of council member
of the office of council member,
of the City of Northland,
City of Northland,
upon which
on which
I am about to enter
I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
the best of my ability.
Congratulations, you're sworn in. Sign there. You want to sign it now?
Sign it later.
Judge, can you shake his hand again?
Of course.
Your eyes One more? And you can bring your family up too when you're done. Do you want a picture?
I wonder.
Family.
I'll take a picture of all of you.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for the indulgence.
Oh, of course.
Always and
course.
forever.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Again. Last one. Great.
Thank you.
That's so sweet. Well, congratulations, Councilmember Long. We put you to work right away. So join us.
But Susan brought gifts, so you'll be happy.
Little treats for Valentine's Day. All right, we're going to jump right in. Heather, are there any responses to citizen inquiry?
Nothing this evening, Mayor, thanks.
Okay. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
You want mine when we do the consent agenda?
Yep. So there's nothing. Okay. All right, we're moving into our first interview for the Youth Commission. And I would like to invite this individual to come forward and pronounce your name because I'm afraid I'm not going to do it correctly and I would,
Yash Rashta.
all right.
Hello.
Hello.
Suyash Rushta.
Yeah,
Okay. Just want to get it right. Welcome.
thank you.
So you are applying to be on our Youth Commission. Awesome. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I actually I was born in Denver, in Lafayette, actually. And so I have been living here for all my life. I am currently 14 years old, and I attend Stargate Charter School, right up like near 144th. And so I've been there also all my life, so I've never switched schools. I'm in a couple of clubs. Most recently, I'm in this Vex Robotics Club, in which me and my team are going towards like different competitions around the Colorado area. Most of them are like near St. Vrain, and we're able to compete. And we actually last year were able to go to Dallas for Worlds competition.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It was very exciting.
Does council have any questions or comments for our candidate? Councilmember Condo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So very impressive credentials, first of all.
Thank you.
And second of all, I just wanted to, in your form there, you answered, what do you want to accomplish for youth in the city of Northglenn? So you talked about murals and things of that nature. I wonder if you can expand on that. Any other ideas about interpersonal interaction, dialogue between multiple generations, whether it's between the youth and the elderly? Any thoughts about how you might do that?
Is it for clarifying, like regarding like connecting multiple
Yes,
generations?
how to build more interpersonal connections, relationships.
Yeah. So a big emphasis would be on that would be regarding also trying to like bridge new technology. So revitalizing our social media platforms in order to re-engage different age distributions, including rather that's teens and also older demographics, including us like adults, parents, and even like people that are senior. So that way we're all interconnected and we like are well informed of different events. And within these events, we're able to make sure they're very accessible. This being said, like making sure that it's widely appeals to large varieties of groups, and that would help us keep community engagement and making sure that everyone within the community is engaged.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Yash, I was lucky enough to be present during your interview with the Youth Commission, and you did such a fantastic job. I'm really excited for you to be an addition to the Youth Commission because I believe, as all the kids do, you're going to add a lot of value. One of the things I remember from your interview is you were speaking to some of the things that concern youth and what you thought, you could make a difference in. And public health is one of the priorities for the Youth Commission, but you mentioned, the fentanyl crisis and drugs. And I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to that, but we actually have the Adams 12 superintendent here tonight. So I think it's kind of neat for everyone to hear, what you think are some of the most important issues facing our youth today. Because I know you did a great job in the interview, so
Sounds
could you
good.
share that?
Yeah, of course. So I would say one of the biggest issues that the teens currently within locally and also on a wide scale is drug and substance abuse. I feel like we had multiple presentations within our schools ourselves in order to inform us what's going on within this current crisis. We have issues regarding tobacco use, also e-cigarettes for different flavored products, including like there's like a wide variety of flavors that appeals specifically that and are targeted to younger audiences. It's been very influential on people's development. I have countless people within my own school that I've seen gone through this process, and it's very heartbreaking, and it's also very detrimental to how they develop as a person when they grow older. So seeing these influences on these different types of products, we want to continue to advertise ways to stop this behavior and also ways to get out. So providing people resources in order to help them get out and also find better ways in order to, better alternatives in order to make them more complete, more happy, and also trying to find just ways that make them not rely on these products that are also not helpful for their mental health, but also their overall health. So that's also one of the issues, but also mental health in general. Mental health is a very big thing. It's growing, whether that is through because of social media platforms, people are becoming more insecure, and also increased stress from the modern, as the world continues evolving, we continue to face new problems. There was a large problem with COVID and the pandemic itself, which hampered a lot of relations. And I also have many encounters of friends and people who have also gone through that. And just them telling their story is really influential on why we need to make a change on and how big mental health is getting within Colorado itself, Northglenn itself, and also on a federal level.
Thank you so much. Make sure you keep making sure that your voice is heard.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you very much for applying. I think you're going to make a great influence on the Youth Commission, and I'm pretty excited to see what you're going to have going on. I love the way you talked about addiction
because I echo many of the same things that you said all the time. And I'm thrilled to death of your awareness of the issue. And it's not just blown off by our youth, you know? From my perspective, because I'm so deeply involved, we need more people. We need more help with our youth. We need to get more messages across, you know, that this is serious and this needs to stop, you know? I fight it, and I'm in many groups, and I'm so happy to hear you say those things. So thank you very much for applying and everything you said tonight. I really greatly appreciate it.
I also appreciate your efforts towards combating.
Well, I think I'll bring you on my bandwagon tour. Because you know what? They can listen to an old lady, but I would love to have you speaking too.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'll reach out.
Sounds good.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very excited. You're very poised and articulate, and I'm just very excited to see what you're going to bring to the Youth Commission. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And we're done. Yeah.
You're done. It's quick and easy, painless.
Okay, we have two proclamations tonight. The first one, February is American Heart Month. I'm going to read them both from the dais today because we don't have anyone receiving them. So, first one, whereas heart disease is a leading cause of death in the United States, claiming nearly 700,000 lives each year. And whereas every 39 seconds, someone in the United States dies from heart disease. It is the #1 killer of women, causing 1 in 3 deaths each year. And whereas approximately 184,000 people in Colorado have coronary heart disease, and heart disease continues to be the leading cause of death worldwide. And whereas while heart conditions can be costly and deadly, they are often preventable with access to affordable health care, advancements in technology, and lifestyle changes. And whereas women and Black or Hispanic adults who experience cardiac arrest outside a hospital setting are substantially less likely to receive life-saving care from a bystander. During Black History Month, the American Heart Association is encouraging people to be the beat for and in their communities by challenging every household or family to have at least one person who knows hands-only CPR. And whereas CPR, especially if administered immediately after cardiac arrest, can double or triple a person's chance of survival. And whereas American Heart Month reinforces the importance of heart health and the need for more research, while bringing awareness to ways we can help reduce our risks, such as exercising regularly, eating well, managing weight, and avoiding smoking. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of North Glen, Colorado, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as American Heart Month in the City of North Glen and urge all individuals to take action to learn about their heart health, reduce risk factors that can be managed, and learn life-saving CPR. Dated at North Glen, Colorado, this 13th day of February 2023. So we do not have an official recipient for this proclamation, but I was wondering if there was anyone on council that wanted to add. I'm going to add a small piece myself. The North Glen Recreation Center is offering a CPR and first aid class on March 11th. You can call the rec center for more information or register online. And there's a list of health fairs in March and April that can be found at www.365health.org, which was formerly the 9 Health Fair, for those needing heart health screenings. Councilmember Kondo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to add, I believe North Metro Fire District does CPR, AED training on a routine basis. And so those people in the public interested in that, I believe you can go to their website and get the latest dates. And I will tell you, as somebody who's worked 20-plus years in the med tech industry, including companies like Medtronic that have these defibrillators, and of course, what we saw with Derek Hamlin, I think I'm messing up his first name, the NFL player that went down. I think it's really important that everybody learn how to do CPR and know how to operate an AED. It's really not that complicated. It'll actually talk you through the process. So I'm glad that we as a city are recognizing the importance of good heart health. Boy, that was a tongue twister. Good heart health. Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Brown?
Mayor, I'm wondering if we could do something special for city council since we have so many people, well, we have people that come in and out, where we actually take, and staff employees too, a separate CPR class. I'm going to sign up for this one on the 11th, but I'm wondering if from a council and city perspective, even if you are certified to get refreshed and everything, I wouldn't mind it, taking a refresher course, which is why I went for the March 11th. I was writing everything down real quickly. But I'm just wondering if council should do something away from that so that there are enough residents that can go. Because when you look at council and staff and all of that good stuff, yeah. So I just wanted to plant that bug in your ear.
Okay.
And Heather's.
City Manager Guyer, what are your thoughts on that?
If council would like to have a class arranged, I can talk with staff later this week and we can provide some options.
Do you have regular staff training scheduled?
Amanda, I think you probably can better speak to this on regular training.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So all of our Parks, Recreation, and Culture staff are required to maintain their CPR, first aid, and AED trainings. We do those trainings with in-house staff, generally speaking. It is a fairly lengthy course, so it takes most of a day to get through all three of those modules. We also offer the classes that are being offered at the Recreation Center through a contracted provider that are available to the general public or to any of you as council members. So generally, we haven't seen those fill up. We'd love to see those filled or overflowing. And as someone else mentioned, I believe the fire district does have some options as well. But we'd be happy to put together a list, or you can see if there's some other options, whether that be doing that as a council or having a list of options that best meet your individual schedules.
Thank
You
you.
are welcome.
Thank you.
That's nice to hear, by the way, Amanda.
Oh, Councilmember Luckman Hiramata? Oh, go ahead. Oh, changed your mind?
No, that's fine. Actually, I'll just echo that. I think it's great if we all do CPR. I am CPR certified and field
That
trauma
would be.
certified as well, but it is such an important skill. And then the other piece, of course, I would like to advocate for, because it's also what I do for a living, is exercise and eat healthy. Don't discount those things in terms of, so I'm pretty glad we're doing this as a city as well.
Thank you. No. Good addition. All right, I'm going to wear my glasses for the next one because I learned my lesson. Okay. Black History Month is also in February. And we do have, I believe, Celeste Jackson, a DICE board member. Are you online? I don't know. There she goes. Oh, Celeste, can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
So as one of our DICE board
Thanks for
members, I know
having me.
you are accepting this proclamation tonight, so I'm going to read it and then I will give you a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Whereas the North Glen City Council takes pride in recognizing February as Black History Month. The observance recognizes and honors the contributions that generations of Black organizers, thought leaders, educators, artists, and everyday people have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality. And whereas the theme for 2023, Black Resistance, shines a light on the countless ways Black Americans have resisted historic and ongoing oppression in all forms, especially acts of racial terrorism and violence since the nation's earliest days. And whereas by resisting racial discrimination and inequality, Black people have helped the United States more fully embody its democratic values and have achieved success and progress, as seen in the end of chattel slavery, the dismantling of segregation in the South, increased political representation at all levels of government, desegregation of educational institutions, the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and increased representation of Black experiences in the arts and media. And whereas the Black community established cultural centers, medical clinics, labor unions, media outlets, and financial and educational institutions to resist inequality and to advocate for themselves. Black athletes have used sports as a platform to advocate for social justice, resisting immense pressure against speaking out about political, cultural, or social issues. And whereas Black resilience, brilliance, innovation, and power can be seen woven throughout our existence, and Black resistance strategies have served as a model for every other social movement in our country. And whereas the City of North Glen is committed to advancing racial justice and equity, we honor Black history and support Black futures as we work to create a more equitable and inclusive community to move closer to the realization of the nation's full promise for everyone. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of North Glen, Colorado, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of North Glen and urge every person in our community to study the history of Black Americans and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, equitable, and prosperous for all. Dated at North Glen, Colorado, this 13th day of February, 2023. So Celeste, would you like to add to that?
My goodness, that is a beautiful proclamation. It's my honor from Ward 1 for DICE to be able to accept that on behalf of the city and the DICE board. And I can't thank you enough for representing the opportunity to this community for a board that really allows us to stand for inclusion, awareness, and diverse efforts. It's truly important as a diverse member of the community to understand that the City of North Glen honors and looks to the diverse community to provide a voice and ideas and serve as thought leaders. So it's really a nice thing to know that the City of North Glen is so welcoming. And I can't thank you enough for this opportunity to accept the award on behalf of DICE tonight.
Thank you very much. Is there any council member that would like to add?
I'm sorry.
Councilmember
I
Brown?
get to my thing. I just want to thank you for the acknowledgement that the City of North Glen is working so hard to show our diversity and our strength, and that we are behind all of our citizens regardless of anything. So I thank you very much for acknowledging that.
Well, it's my pleasure. I think it's really a special thing. So I think that the City of North Glen should be commended.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Sure. I'm sorry I couldn't join you virtually, but by telephone worked real well tonight.
That's okay. We appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, we have two presentations tonight. The first one, if council would like to join me down below, we are going to honor one of our youth commissioners. Ben, come on up. Hello. Look at you all grown up. Yeah. Come on over here. Join us. I'm going to say some nice things about Ben.
Or you can stand next to the mayor so you have to shake our hand.
All right. I love Ben. Okay, Ben Cathcart, Youth Commission, will receive a dedicated service award for his time on the Youth Commission. You joined the Youth Commission when you were 13. Some of his favorite Youth Commission activities have been the annual Farmers Highline Canal cleanup and selling burritos during the fishing derby to raise money to support people experiencing homelessness. One of your favorite projects was the little libraries that the Youth Commission developed for several local elementary schools. Ben said that serving on the Youth Commission helped him grow his work ethic, and working alongside other youth commissioners helped him socialize with his peers. Ben will graduate from Horizon High School this spring. He has been accepted to Colorado State University and is excited to be heading to Fort Collins for college in the fall. We wish Ben all the best in his future endeavors and appreciate his service to the city. I'm gonna have you. That's so exciting. Oh, look, we have this really fun thing.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, we're gonna put you in the middle.
Come on, now you guys squeeze. There you go. Congratulations.
1, 2, 3, again. Last time, smile.
Thanks for everything you've done.
Thanks for all your work.
I had my San Diego Aztec shirt on earlier and I should have kept it on.
Congratulations. Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck. Come back and see us.
I don't know.
Just a question.
Plead the fifth.
It's like, oh, baby. He was.
Maybe.
Hopefully,
Okay.
I'm nicer.
All right, our next presentation tonight is Adams 12 Superintendent Chris Gadowski. So welcome. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's great to be here. I have some materials for all of you. Is it okay if I?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there's two magazine-style publications, and then there's inserts in each.
Okay.
So if you can take one of the Focus and one of the Elevate plan, and then pass the rest down, that would be great. So as it's making its way around, I'm not going to take you page by page through those documents, and I don't have a PowerPoint, but there are a number of things in those documents that I will, I know you're disappointed to hear that.
I'm so
A
disappointed.
number of the data points in there that I will highlight as I go. I'll just make a quick introductory comment about the Youth Commission pieces that you've been talking about tonight. Many of you probably know that I did grow up in Northglenn myself, and because of the way boundaries have been for many years, went to Thornton High School where I concluded my Adams 12 education. But because I was a resident of Northglenn, I had the chance to be on the Youth Commission years ago, and Odell Berry was the mayor at the time.
Wow.
And
That's
it
so
was
cool.
fantastic to meet a number of folks who've gone on to really do distinguished things in their lives and careers. Lynette Romero was a member of the Youth Commission at the same time that I was a member, and she went on to be a broadcaster of Channel 9 News and now is broadcasting in LA. There's another woman who's part of the group who went on to serve in the Department of State and be a Soviet Union Russia specialist. And so some amazing people I met, and then meeting the mayor at the time was exciting. He lived in an amazing house, or so I thought at the time, and it was neat to be around a former professional athlete, and he's the one who introduced me for the first time to guacamole. So those are the kinds of things that I remember about my Youth Commission experience, and I'm glad that you continue that opportunity for our young people. So Heather talked to me about doing a State of the District sort of presentation, and that's really the tenor of what I'll be sharing with you today. I think one of the most helpful ways to assess how we're doing is to hear from our parents and our stakeholders directly. And we've done some work recently with the help of a group called Magellan Strategies to survey a large sample of our community to see how they feel about the work that we're doing. They sampled 1,984 people in January, and the survey / poll has a margin of error of about plus or minus 2%. And it has, candidly, some of the best results that I've seen in my 16-plus years of working in Adams 12 and my time before working as a legal advisor to school districts throughout the state. First question in the survey is, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Adams 12 five-star schools? 86% of our parents were somewhat or extremely favorable in their perception, and only 13% of parents were unfavorable. Those numbers are quite a bit different for non-parents, as you'd expect. 22% of them say, I really don't know enough to give an opinion. But even with non-parents, 54% have a favorable opinion of the district, and only 21% were in a place of being unfavorable. On the question about, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the teachers who work for Adams 12, 89% of our parents were favorable, only 8% were unfavorable. For non-parents, 55% were favorable, 37% of them felt like they just didn't have enough information to share an opinion. Do you approve of or disapprove of the job that the district is doing educating students? 83% of our parents approved, only 16% disapproved of that. Non-parents, much lower number, 47% said we approve, roughly half that number, 23% disapproved, and 30% were unsure. And there were a number of fiscal matters that we sampled people on, and we saw 69% of our community express interest in supporting a modest tax increase to increase teacher compensation and classroom programs, and 60% of people indicated they would vote yes to invest in our facilities and renovate and modernize some of our facilities that need some touch. So really good results. We're going to dig into that survey more extensively with our Board of Education on Wednesday night. But our pollsters tell us that these are some of the best results they've seen anywhere in the state of Colorado during the course of more than 20 years of doing this work. So we feel really good about where we're at, yet we know that there's still much more that we need to do. In terms of demographics, I'll just share that this is a constantly changing community in a variety of measures. If you look through the lens of race, for example, we've gone from a district back in 2016 where 49% of our students identified as white and 41% identified as Hispanic. Those two racial groups for a long time have been the prevalent ones in Adams 12. As of 2021, we're now at a spot where Hispanics are the most numerous group of residents by race in our district, with 44% of our students identifying as Hispanic and just 43% as white. So we continue to see change in that area. One of the challenging things for us that comes along with racial difference is also that we have significant gaps in achievement between students based on race. And especially as you measure performance for our white students versus our Hispanic students in language arts, mathematics, elementary, middle, and high school, what you'll fairly consistently see is about a 20% difference between the achievement of our white students and the achievement of our Hispanic students. There are a variety of things that we're doing to try to get those numbers to improve that I'll be talking about a little bit more as we go. But one of the takeaways is that the racial profile of our community continues to change. We also see growing numbers of families in economic hardship. Back in 2016, 43% of our students qualified for free or reduced lunch. For this current school year, it's 50%. And oftentimes people really don't know what that translates into in terms of real salaries and income. For the current year, if you're a family of four, to qualify for reduced lunch, your gross annual income has to be $51,300 or less. And I think we all know that given the cost of housing and other goods and services, that $51,000 doesn't take you terribly far in trying to support a family of four. So roughly 50% of our students throughout the district are below that income threshold, and within Northglenn, it's a higher percentage. I've been writing down, as we got ready tonight, some of the percentages by school. The school with the greatest number of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch is Northglenn Middle at 85%, and the one with the lowest amount is Westview at roughly 64%. Northglenn Middle's numbers are that high in part because there's a lot of students who attend that school who live in Federal Heights and places within Westminster where income levels tend to be lower in those neighborhoods. But fairly consistently at our other Northglenn schools in Adams 12, we're in the 70 to 80% range. Leroy's at 75%, Mally's at 78%, Stookie at 79%, and Northglenn High School at close to 70% of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. So that often comes with families who have a variety of needs, both in the economic sphere and otherwise. And because of that, we've done a lot of investing in things like social emotional learning supports and interventions for students who are otherwise struggling in life. And again, I'm happy to share more about that as we go. Yes, another theme in the demographics that's important to know is that we've declined fairly significantly in enrollment over the last 5 years by more than 3,000 students since 2018. A good bit of that decline is driven by declining birth rates in our community. When you look back about 10 to 15 years ago in our district, it was fairly common to have about 2,000 kindergartners enrolling each year, and those numbers have declined significantly by more than 10% since. Across our country, people are having fewer children, and we certainly see that same trend in Adams 12. And the longer that trend goes on, the more aggregate decline you have. Because those 300 missing kindergartners then become missing first graders and second graders, and we're now 5 years into that trend, which explains quite a bit of that decline over time. We also did have a really significant decline in enrollment during the pandemic, as did other districts throughout the state. During the 2020-21 school year, we had about 2,000 fewer students. Many of them moved into things like homeschooling at that time. Some of them sought out private schools. Our charter schools were already full at the time of the pandemic, and they often followed the same practices we did in terms of in-person versus remote learning. So we didn't see much change in terms of charter school enrollment during the pandemic, but we certainly saw a significant increase in homeschooling at that time, and a lot of those students still have not come back. So in the aggregate, we're down by about 3,000 students in 5 years. That's a significant number, obviously. It may prompt for many of you wonders, worries, questions about school closures. That's certainly been a headline in a number of communities, with DPS, Aurora, and Jeffco being districts where they've taken steps in the last couple of years to either recommend or move forward with school closures. The good news for us is we don't see at this time a need to go down that path. The way that most districts have talked about thresholds for school closure, they're usually focused on elementary schools, because there was a time from the 60s through the 2010 timeframe when people were building a lot of elementary schools to serve new subdivisions that were coming on the horizon. And then the rate of housing growth and population growth has started to decline over the last 10 or 12 years. And so elementary schools are often the place that districts are looking at for closure. And the way people make those decisions can vary a little bit. In DPS, they've talked about having schools with less than 275 students enrolled as a criterion for closure. Some other places, I think Jeffco was roughly looking at 250 and less as a measurement for closure. We don't have any schools sub 275 or 250 at this point in Adams 12, other than the Studio School, which has about 250 kids this year. Studio School is located roughly about 105th and Washington, and it's a school that's small by design. From its inception more than a decade ago, it was designed to have 2 teachers per grade level with roughly 25 kids in each class. So at full enrollment, it's designed to serve about 300 students. So that's the only school that we have that's in the mid-200s. We have a couple of schools, 290 to 298 in enrollment, but we don't see anything unraveling or shrinking substantially in the next few years that would warrant school closure. I think we're also in a spot, both in Adams 12 and lots of other places, of wondering what kind of additional capacity might we need in terms of space to serve kids who are coming into preschool, because we're going to have universal free preschool that starts next year throughout our state, and we'll need more physical space to serve students who are enrolling in that. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Any questions about anything I've shared so far?
Councilmember Brown?
You know, I love you, right? I'm gonna save most of my questions for later on.
Okay.
My one thing is, could you tell me what a non-parent is? Am I a non-parent but I'm a guardian?
If you are a guardian, you would count as a parent in the nomenclature that they use for the survey.
Uh-huh.
So non-parent would include people without school-age children in their households,
Oh.
grandparents, families without children, that's largely the categories that fall within the non-parent group.
I did do the survey, and I graded us very, very well. The other thing is are those numbers that you were giving, are those in either of these books that you gave us?
In terms of the satisfaction ratings, they're not in those books. Those are both published quite a bit longer in the past. But we'll be presenting this Magellan survey that I was reading from to the Board of Education on Wednesday evening, and then all of that will become publicly available then. I'm also happy to share a copy of those results with the city manager to get on to you all.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate that, we just need to wait until you have that meeting. I get that, so I really do appreciate that. I can save my other things for the end, Mayor.
Okay.
All right. Outcomes are important, something that we've taken a lot of pride in improving during my tenure in this role, and so I thought I would just highlight some of our most critical outcomes for you tonight. One of the documents that you have has some more dated information about our high school graduation rate from last year. Last year was the first time in my tenure that we saw a decline in our four-year grad rate. We believe very much it was a byproduct of the pandemic and some students failing more courses and feeling less connected to school. And so last year, our rate for non-charter schools was 82%. I'm pleased to report that we saw improvement in the class of 2022, and our non-charter rate for last year was 83.9%. So we exceed the state average of 82.3% for last year. That feels very good to all of us. We've generally made really strong progress at Northland High School, which is probably a place of interest for this group. When I started back in 2009, that first graduating class for the class of 2010 at Northland High School, 69.2% of the students there graduated in 4 years in the class of 2010. The school made steady progress for many, many years, and in the class of 2020 had improved to a rate of 91%. Unfortunately, one of the sad realities for last year is that Northland saw a significant decline for the first time in more than a decade, and so their grad rate last year was 79.6%. An outsized decrease compared to other schools in our system. There was a lot of students who were not passing courses and not attending school consistently, and those are places that I know the leadership at the building and the faculty are leaning into. It's not going to be satisfactory for us to have any of our schools have a grad rate less than 80%, and frankly, Northland has all of the things in place that it takes to get students to a 90% plus grad rate, but we're concerned about the decline last year and hope to do much better for the current class of 2023. As a district, just to give you some perspective, in 2010, our grad rate, four-year grad rate for all of our schools, including our charters, was 61.7%. And so this progress to a grad rate for our non-charters of close to 84% last year reflects a lot of hard work from a variety of folks on staff. One of the key pieces to improving graduation outcomes in our district has been the Pathways Future Center program that we've started up about 10 or 11 years ago. What Pathways allows students to do is when you become deficient in credit, and some students have failed a lot of courses starting as freshmen, and they're not going to be in a place of getting to 23 credits, even if they plug away at it for a couple of years in their late teens and early 20s. For some of them, the hole is so deep that if you require them to sit through full semesters of math classes and language arts classes and PE classes, they're just simply not going to be able to get over the hump. And so what we've been doing at Pathways for a while is allow students to shore up credit deficiencies that they have, and instead of retaking an entire math class, maybe there's 2 or 3 units that the student did really poorly on in a statistics class, and they can retake those parts of the course over and show mastery of skills and earn credit that way. We also have a growing number of students at Pathways that are taking these work keys assessments that the ACT organization administers to students to determine workforce readiness and practical skills like work-related mathematics, work-related communication skills, technology mastery, collaboration, and things of that sort. And we have students who more and more are showing that I might be credit deficient, but I am exceeding the state expectations in terms of competency. And in those cases, we're awarding competency-based diplomas. This last graduating class of 2022 was the first in our state's history that had to, beyond meeting local requirements for the number of credits, had to also show that they had met minimum standards of competence in language arts and mathematics and other disciplines in order to get a diploma. And one of the ways to do that is to score at the bronze level on this ACT Work Keys assessment of workplace competencies. We require a higher standard of silver performance on this assessment, and we have a growing number of kids who can demonstrate that they have those skills and are workforce ready. Beyond that, we have a greater number of students who are taking AP courses and earning scores of 3, 4, or 5 that would make them eligible for college credit. Back in 2016, we had 3,230 exams taken by our students in AP courses, and 53% of our students received a 3, 4, or 5, which usually means that you're going to get college credit for it. We grew the number of exams taken from that 3,230 to 4,100, or roughly 4,100 by 2020, and our pass rate went up to 69% from the 53% years earlier. It's just another tangible measurement that in terms of improving grad rates, it's not at the expense of students having a rigorous education and excelling. There are many objective measurements that show that our students are doing better on things like AP exams and the SAT. We're pleased with how many students are taking career and technical education courses in our district. Back in 2016, we had about 6,700 students who had one or more of those classes. That had grown to 9,000 students for this fall. And those courses include things like welding and auto mechanics, engineering courses, lots of things in the healthcare area where students can be trained up to be certified nursing assistants, EMTs. In the last couple of years at our new Washington Square campus off of Washington, we've added things like firefighting as a way for students to get exposure to that field, law enforcement training programs, and we look to adding more of those things in the future. It is a place that we know from the survey and from our kids that our community wants us to provide more of those opportunities. There's less and less of focus here in what we hear from our stakeholders locally and what we see mirrored in state and national surveys to have kids going on to college. I can recall my early years of serving as the attorney for the school board in the late 90s and into the early 2000s. And the board had a big focus then on making sure that all of our kids could go on to college and get into an Ivy League school if that was their desire. And we still want to provide those opportunities for students. But since that time, I've heard more and more of a focus that for many of our kids, that's not their area of interest. And they'd much rather be able to leave with a certification that allows them to go out and get a high-paying job immediately out of high school if that's their preference. And we're doing well in that space. The number of certifications that our students have earned, back in 2016, we had 167 students earn certifications in things like auto mechanics or in various disciplines like Microsoft certifications, certified nursing assistant certifications, and that number has more than tripled, almost quadrupled by 2022, where 610 of our students got those kinds of credentials as they finished. So we're really proud of our outcomes mostly. Do have concern, as I mentioned before, about our Northland High School grad rate last year. That can't continue. And I would also acknowledge that in terms of the state report card, they measure all of the districts in Colorado based on how kids are performing and meeting grade level expectations in language arts and math, science and social studies. They also look at how much growth we're providing or our students are making each year. And that's a place that we had really done very well for many years pre-pandemic. And we had moved to a point that on that state report card, we surpassed the Jefferson County schools in our rating and the St. Vrain schools in our rating, largely because our kids were making outsized academic growth each year. And so as we were into the 2019 school year, we had eclipsed both of those districts, had our sights set on Cherry Creek as the next big district to take on and surpass. Unfortunately, post-pandemic, we've regressed a little bit in that space. In 2019, we were down to one of our 55 schools that was rated either turnaround or priority improvement by the state. That was really the best of any large district in the state and certainly in the metro area. We have 10 schools that have that designation after last year. They are consistently schools that have a Title I designation and serve lots of kids with the very high rates of free and reduced lunch numbers that I was mentioning before. It's not universally true. There are some schools last year that have served high poverty parts of the broader community and still performed at a high level. Leroy Elementary being a notable example of that I think is going to be soon recognized by the state for its performance last year. But as a district, we had some declines last year in our performance, and we certainly have more schools that are in need of improvement compared to where we've been for a long time. And just know that we're all leaning in very hard so that that's a one-year data point as opposed to a new trend to work through. In terms of this year and things coming at us, things that we're focusing on include a new literacy resource to help students in kindergarten through 5th grade develop both reading and writing fluency. The program we adopted for implementation this year is called Benchmark Advance. And it is largely driven, the changes that you'll hear about in Adams 12 and throughout the state are a byproduct of a state law that requires all of us to use science of reading-based instructional materials. The most simplified way I can describe that, there's 5 components of the science of reading that they want these resources to have, but largely it's about using things like phonics more consistently in teaching reading to young children as opposed to look at the picture and then try to figure out what this text string is saying, or look at the context of what you read on the last page and make an educated guess about what this text is saying. A lot more focus on phonics. And we're seeing some good mid-year results in terms of how our young children are doing with Benchmark. There's always some nervousness that when you do a big new implementation, it's fairly common to see an implementation dip where you actually go backwards first in terms of student achievement before you start to do better in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're actually seeing some modest improvements this current year. So we're pleased with that. At the same time, we're seeing a decline in our students' math performance this year. Our theory on that is our teachers are spending so much time in training on the new literacy resource and figuring out how to implement it, that they probably are not focused on math instruction and some of their collaboration with one another as much as they have been in past years. So we've seen a little bit of a decline in math this year. We also expect that is shortened duration, and then next year as people get into the second year of this reading resource, that will do better in both dimensions. A thing that's probably been most celebrated in so many of my meetings with parents and at schools is the return of middle school sports this year. We, for more than a decade, did not have a competitive middle school sports program in the district. We had gone to an intramural program instead that was much lower cost in terms of supporting it. All of those reductions had started back in the early 2010, 11, 12 range when we cut more than $50 million out of our budget over the course of 3 years. And so scaling down a number of our athletic offerings was part of balancing our budget then. We're in a better spot financially now, including saving some money over a number of years through some supplemental revenues our community approved. And so we were able to invest them this year in having a cross-country running program at the middle school level, a lot of participation in that in the fall. We also had a girls and boys basketball program at middle school level this year that came back. And for next year, we've done some surveying of our kids and parents. Any guesses about what the top 2 sports are that people would like us to add for next year?
Football.
Soccer is on there, and the other one?
Football?
Boys volleyball.
Field and track and field, rather.
Volleyball is an interest both for boys and girls. So I would expect for next year, even though we have a challenging budget situation for next year that I'll talk about a bit more, that we'll have soccer and volleyball added to the mix, and it will be nice for students to have that opportunity. A third big programming piece that's coming at us for next year is universal preschool. We've provided preschool services to lots of 3- and 4-year-olds for many, many years in Adams 12. And typically, the students who participate in that are either students with fairly significant disabilities that are identified and require us legally to serve them starting at age 3. We also have served for quite a long time students who have the most limited financial resources in their household through the Carl Preschool program, where we get money from the state to serve those students. For a number of years, we've also offered some tuition-based preschool to other families in our community. But moving into next year, because of this universal preschool program, we'll be providing roughly 12 and a half hours as our minimum standard for 4-year-old students with interest. So they'd come to school for 2.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then for students who are 4 years old and may also have a disability, they may be a second language learner, they may be a student in foster care. There's a number of specified conditions that allow those students to have up to 30 hours of preschool per week. The state has opened up this portal for people to express interest in preschool programming for a couple of weeks now. We don't know how many students are going to want this service. The big reveal is coming at us soon. I think it's the 17th that we're supposed to find out from the state how many students have interest and at what level of service. 12 and a half hours, 30 hours. How many 3-year-olds do we have who may have a disability or are learning English as a second language who might have an interest in 10 hours a week? We'll start to get answers to that around this time next week, and then we'll build out some staffing to serve those students. It's really one of the most challenging parts of what we're planning for next year. The pace of this implementation has been fast, and there's been a number of webinars and town halls that the Department of Education and the Department of Early Childhood Education have hosted recently. And candidly, there's lots of frustration with the state right now that there are so many unanswered questions from the state about how this program is going to work. Makes it tough to build staffing plans and programming plans to do that work, but we'll continue to lean into that aggressively. And then the final piece I would mention is there's just tremendous interest in expanding career and technical education as we look to the future. There's interest in starting sooner. So with our middle school kids, back when Councilmember Kondo and I were students in the district years ago, it was not uncommon to have an industrial arts program in a middle school where you would use saws and drills and build things. And we're now at a spot where that's only offered at Westlake Middle School. And we may not be at a spot, even as we look to the future, of bringing industrial arts back in quite the same way that it was 30 or 40 years ago. But more and more we hear from our students, we want some hands-on learning opportunities sooner in time than high school. We'd like to do some computer programming and not just learn about computer science abstractly. We'd like to code, we'd like to build things, we'd like to cook. A lot of things in that space. So I think CTE expansion in middle school is coming our way in the future, and there will be a lot of things that we add at the high school level. Everything from students who have interest in being vet techs, that's an area of high interest. Cosmetology seems to be an area where lots of students have interest. Aviation and things in the dark sky, I think is how it's often referred. There's interest in doing more in that space. Learning how to build and fly drones, robotics that could serve in a variety of warehousing applications. So those are things that I would expect to be part of our blueprint plan that's going to come to culmination this spring. Blueprint has been a multi-year effort where we have lots of parents and community members and staff working together to talk about what they'd like the vision of this district to be in the next 10 years, both in terms of facilities and academics. And Blueprint will help us answer, what does a thriving elementary school look like? How small is too small? What kinds of things do we feel like might be lost out in some environments if enrollment becomes too thin? What interest do we have in developing more K-8 schools? What interest do we have in preschool through 12th grade schools? What programming would we like to expand further, whether it's STEM or career and technical education, dual language schools where you might learn to become bilingual both in English and Spanish, for example. That's work that's underway and should be presented to our board in late April, early May this year, and may inform some ask of our community for resources in future years. At this point, we're estimating that we could ask our community for up to $600 million for facility improvements without a tax rate increase. because we've consistently been paying down debt. We also have a lot of growth in property values that helps us at the same tax rate generate more money without a tax rate increase. So we'll have more to share with you probably in the fall about when that might fit in. The final thing I'll say, and then I'm probably done or more than done with the 30 minutes that have been allotted. Just helpful for you to know that one of the biggest challenges that we have right now is in the area of staffing and compensation. When I look at not that long ago, so in the summer of 2021, our starting salary for support staff positions at the lowest level was about $12.50 an hour. And we've increased that to well beyond $15 an hour. So more than a 30% increase that happened over the course of less than 12 months. And yet, because of what's happening in the private sector, where a lot of times you'll drive around and you'll see a fast food restaurant paying up to $20 an hour for folks, we still find ourselves in a spot with a large number of vacancies. Our most acute area of need right now is for special education teachers and for paraprofessionals to support students with disabilities. We struggle to find enough bus drivers. We've not had a single person apply to be a bus driver and drive the big buses with a commercial driver's license since July of 2022. So 7 months, almost 8 months without a single application to do that work. We found some creative ways to have smaller buses, the white buses that you may see driving around our community, and you don't need to have a commercially licensed driver for those smaller vehicles. But we're struggling in a lot of spaces to be competitive and to fill vacancies. And now the pressure that we really feel is upon us now is around teacher compensation. Our first year teacher compensation right now is about $46,500 a year. And a few years ago, that moved us pretty high in the pecking order of our peer districts. We had a 2018 supplemental revenue measure passed by our taxpayers, and that allowed us to jump from roughly 7 out of 8 peer districts in terms of teacher compensation, beginning teacher compensation, up to 3rd. And now we're back in roughly 7th place again. You may have seen last week it was widely reported that Cherry Creek Schools is increasing their starting teacher salary to $57,000 a year. Mapleton School District, Westminster Public Schools have long had salaries well beyond $50,000 in their districts. Jeffco, I believe, has just gone to $50,000 for this current school year. And so we see a lot of pressure to get to 50, if not beyond 50, to be competitive with other districts. But that will be difficult. That's roughly a 9.5% increase to get to 50 for next year. And at this point, our expected increase in state funding will be quite a bit less than 9.44%, especially because of the declining enrollment piece that I was sharing. So staffing will be our top priority as we look to prepare a budget for next year. And we want this to continue to be an attractive place for people to come and to stay. We do have a much lower turnover rate than other districts in the region. Definitely the lowest turnover rate in Adams County. And we want to keep that in place. And there are new districts that are going to start to pressure us for that. The one district that we've usually surpassed by quite a bit in terms of compensation for many years is 27J, Commerce City, Brighton, and that region. They just passed a substantial tax measure in November, and they're looking to move starting compensation to in excess of $50,000 a year for teachers and to have a 4-day work week. So we've got some work to do to be competitive in that space. Final thing I would say, because that does trigger just one other thing that's of great interest to people right now. We're in the midst of surveying folks about what kind of school calendar should we have for next year. Some of you may have participated in those surveys. There's really 2 options that are under consideration at this point. One is our traditional calendar with just a few tweaks and adjustments. And then the other calendar contemplates having full weeks off from school for students in October, February, April, and likely November around Thanksgiving. Instead of having these early release Wednesdays, which we've done for more than 20 years, where students are released an hour and a half to 2 hours early, and teachers stay behind to do training and to collaborate with each other and to talk about students who have needs that can be addressed more effectively as a collaborative team. We would get away from early release Wednesdays and probably have 1 day a month where staff would do that work without students coming to school. The draft calendar that's been out there for circulation talks about doing that on Wednesdays. The one thing we've heard so far from families is we really don't like Wednesday as the day off. It would be better for us if you looked at Friday or Monday and do that once a month instead of a Wednesday. So we'll certainly factor that in. The other big change around this calendar, beyond what I've shared thus far, is it changes when school would start. And the most significant change for the school day would be at middle school. For a number of years, we've had a 9 a.m. start for middle school and a 4:15 p.m. Dismissal time. That's driven by busing and trying to get your students. Most buses are going to run either an elementary and a middle route or middle and high school route. And so making the logistics work has pushed middle school to the latest start time. Lots of frustration that we often hear about 9 o'clock being too late to start and 4:15 feeling too late to finish. And students who might be unsupervised at the start of the day longer than parents feel comfortable, and students who might be walking home in the dark in the dead of winter with a 4:15 dismissal. By getting rid of early release days, it gives us more time to work with and meeting state instructional minutes requirements. And so under this second option of a calendar, kids would start at 8:40 at middle school and they would finish at 3:50. And a lot of the feedback we've had thus far shows a lot of support for that change. So we'll be announcing probably by March 1st what the calendar looks like for next year, so stay tuned. I could keep rambling, but I've, I think, gone well beyond my time. Hopefully those are helpful updates, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think we have quite a few questions. So I will start with Councilmember Brown.
Hi.
Hello again.
I've missed you.
I've missed you too.
And I've been so excited to see that you were coming here because I'm like, good, I don't have to bother him on the phone and chasing each other down all the time.
Happy to connect anytime it's helpful for
I
any
know.
of you.
He's the best. You really are. I wanted to start with a couple compliments to you. My granddaughter's going to the STEM school. I have never seen anything like it. The communication is fabulous. The apps that they've told the kids about and that the kids are going in and they're working on in the class are just phenomenal. My granddaughter she's in kindergarten and she was doing multiplication the other night. And I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Nana can't count that fast. So she's doing a great job. The other one, and it's kind of going to fold into my question, is we did move my grandson. We moved him up to Century. He is now a straight A student, and he's very happy, and I'm glad that we made that shift. But one of the things that we talked about when all that was going on, I'm sorry, sweetie, I'm going to talk about you, was the bullying that was happening in that school. And we talked at that time that you were going to implement a program to make reverse discrimination, more knowledge, for the kids so that we're not just focusing on what we see as discrimination and bullying, right? Have you rolled that out yet? Because I haven't seen anything.
So there's a number of things that I would say in response to that question. Discipline, when I heard the student talk earlier, who has interest in the Youth Commission talking about mental health as a big challenge, I would validate that. He talked about drug use and abuse and vaping being a significant challenge. I would echo that too. The third piece that I would add is student behavior, both toward one another and toward staff, is a significant challenge that we have that compromises sometimes students' comfort at school, how safe they feel, and their ability to focus on academics. And we don't have it all figured out right now at all. Northglenn Middle, which is one of the schools that I know we were discussing at the time, and Thornton Middle have really significant issues with discipline right now. A lot of our middle schools are struggling with it, but those two schools in particular have struggled. And we're finding the right answer to be elusive. We have suspended a lot of students in both of those schools, more than 600 suspensions at Northglenn Middle last year, more than 600 at Thornton Middle. And what we find is even after telling a student that the way they've treated someone verbally, the way that they physically interacted, the way they may have addressed a staff member, even after suspending those students, they rarely come back with changed behavior and values. So that's been a struggle. We are at many of those schools looking to have more positive behavior programs that incentivize students to behave well, reward them when they do so. We're in the beginning stages of implementing that. I think you'll start to see more of that actually implemented at scale next year. But it's proven to be very elusive. There's a lot of interest right now in finding longer duration in-school suspension programs, that if I bully someone or I'm consistently disruptive and grandstanding with some of the students in class and compromising their education, that we have interest in having educators work with those students for a week or 2 weeks, pulling them out of their traditional academics and try to have them develop the skills to be positive leaders in the school instead of negative leaders who are thriving off of being smart alecks and disrupting the class and treating their colleagues, their fellow students and their teachers poorly.
And they follow their parents' example.
In many cases, that's true. It's disappointing in the cases when we reach out to parents and share that their child's being disruptive and not meeting expectations, and the parent seems to blame the staff and/or stands up for their child for having behavior that's not acceptable.
Thank you. I know it's a tough thing, and I don't envy you at all, but I do appreciate you helping me work through everything. I'm going to cut some of them out, by the way. So I have a question for you. I really felt that there was a gap in education, and you pretty much said that during the pandemic, how we had lower graduation rates and everything. What are we doing as a school district to bridge that gap? I've seen it significantly in other children that I know who are now struggling because they really didn't, I don't know. I have one, my best friend, he's 9 years old. He actually developed a nervous tick of pulling his hair out from homeschool, from the video, the televideo things. And, you know, I know other children that have struggled, but there's definitely a gap in there. How are we going to bridge that gap and bring them up to speed to the level they need to be?
So you're probably all likely aware that school districts, including ours, received significant federal financial assistance during COVID, and we still have quite a bit of those funds on hand. We have until September of 2024 to spend them. Part of the most significant places where we've spent those dollars, one is to expand intervention support for students who are struggling and behind where they need to be with their literacy performance and their math performance. In 2018, our Mill-Levy override allowed us to have a half-time person in every elementary school, that if you're struggling with reading and math, that person could work with you one-on-one or in small groups to help you catch up. And during the course of the pandemic, we've doubled that amount of support.
Okay.
That remains true this year. We have money planned for next year to continue doing that as well. And we're going to try to stretch it into the 24-25 school year too. So we feel like more focused opportunities for kids who are struggling to have individualized and small group support is a huge part of it. A second place where we've spent a lot of money is on what we call social emotional learning specialists, but they're ones who work with kids who are often the most mentally anxious, depressed, acting out behaviorally, and we've added more support in that area throughout our entire district, and we have twice the amount of that support in each of our title schools, which is true of almost all of our schools in Northland. We have a couple of people who work with kids individually in small groups to deal with students who are struggling the most in terms of that. So we're seeing some positive gains through that intervention. A third piece that we're doing now that we weren't doing before the pandemic is we now have an online school. There are a lot of students that we hear from who say, going to a big school makes me anxious, and I don't want anything to do with going to a 1,400, 2,400 kid high school. It just stresses me out. Or there might be kids who feel like they're better supported at home without having to come in and do in-person school with peers each and every day. So this new 5-star online school serves over 500 students this year, and it's almost exclusively kids who are grades 6 through 12 who benefit in many cases in not having to do the hustle and bustle of school. I think there's often from the students' reports less angst that comes through the social media environment when you're doing online school than if you have everyone comparing you as a student at a big high school and who's doing one on Instagram and some of those other settings. So the online piece is the third part that's really feeling like a positive difference maker for us so far.
Okay, thank you. It gives me hope. you know? Because we really need to bring them up to speed. I have two more and then I'm done, okay? How are we going to meet the needs of the children that are moving into Carl's Farm? Where do you anticipate them going to school? Because as I look at the schools in that area, because you know, that's where I live, I worry because we don't have the room, you know, otherwise we're going to be overcrowding the schools even more. So what is your plan for that?
You know, I'm a little bit embarrassed that I don't have a specific answer for you right now. I will check with our demographer on that piece tomorrow and get back in touch.
Thank you.
What I expect to be the case, given that it's not been something that's been a big area of focus, given the density of Carl's Farm, what we see in other high-density environments is that the yield of school-age children tends to be pretty small. I can give, the example that I know more about is the baseline development up in Broomfield, up around Highway 7 and I-25 in Sheridan. And there's 9,200 housing units planned up there, and we're expecting roughly 2,000 students to come out of that whole subdivision, K through 12th grade. So roughly, what is that, about a quarter of a kid per unit? So not a lot of yield. And that's what my gut tells me is gonna be true of Carl's, the Carl's Farm area too, is that given the density, we probably won't have as many school-age kids as we do in the single-family housing that we have throughout most of North Glen, but I'll confirm that. The other positive piece is even if we do see some yield, there will be room at places like Malley and Century and North Glen Middle that are close. All of our schools have quite a few number less kids now than they did 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And so we would still see some room to serve even with some growth in enrollment there.
Cool. The last one, swear, is like the gentleman said tonight about drug addiction and all of that. I'd like to see a program come back, and I'm just throwing at you that I would like to see the DARE program come back. Because all of my kids went through it. They talked about it for years of going through that program. And I know at one point we said that, or somebody said that they weren't finding value in it. But I think with the opioid addiction and especially fentanyl and meth and everything, that the kids need a little bit more guidance. You know, we need to get more ahead of it, you know. If we can do education at the front end, maybe we can actually make a difference. And I understand that most, you know, a drug addict doesn't wake up and go, ooh, I want to be a drug addict today, you know? It's a slow progression, but one thing I've learned through my resources, my information, my group, is that these kids start awful young. They start 13, 14 years old. Heaven knows where they get the money, but you know, there are heroin addicts that are as young as 14 years old, or dropouts could be in that case. So I'd like to see some kind of a program with the school district. I mean, I'm willing to partner. I'm willing to be of service. Because I do a lot of things for our addicted residents and our addicted population from outside of North. So I'm willing to do anything I can to bring that education piece back to the schools because I'm afraid, and I think most parents are afraid. You know, I can bitch, I can drive my point home a million times, but when Jim May or one of his lovely officers is there explaining to it, that, you know, more deeply, they seem to retain it better than mom just yelling, you know? But I would like to see something like that happen. I did put it on my survey.
So a few thoughts, brief thoughts in response to what you shared. My recollection of state and national surveys aligns with what you mentioned before, is that they concluded perhaps in ways that don't feel aligned to how we felt as parents or participants, that programs like DARE weren't as effective in curbing student drug use as we had hoped. So I think that's part of what I've heard in terms of our past history in Adams 12. There are some substantial opioid reduction grants and funds available that we've made application for. And I think we'll find out in the next couple of months what we receive. And at least in Adams 12's case, we would hope to use them to deal with drug use more broadly than just fentanyl and opioids.
Yeah.
We've not had many students who've used those drugs in our system, and we've not had any students thus far overdose or have those kinds of tragedies. But we see students with a whole lot of other drug issues, and if we could use opioid reduction funds to help reduce student marijuana use or other drugs that might be gateways to getting them into fentanyl use down the road, and if we can just have them not starting down that path out of the gate, we would feel really hopeful about the future. And that's really the focus of the grant applications we've made is we need to do some more active training of students about the dangers of drug use and find a message that has them responding to that and not beginning to use out of the gate. What I see most often in my role, curious about the chief and others in the department, but we just have a lot of students who use marijuana routinely, daily, and it does seem to be their gateway to getting into trouble and making poor decisions and wind up getting expelled from school.
Do
So
we
if
have
can
Narcan
curtail
in our
that-
schools?
Do we have Narcan? We do.
Okay.
Our SROs, I believe in Northland as well, I know in some of our other agencies, SROs carry Narcan as just part of their standard response, and now we have additional staff in every building that are trained to administer it if needed.
That's perfect. Okay, I'll quit hogging the stage. I'm going to send you an email with my other questions.
Yeah, that would be
Cool.
great.
And then just reach out to me either way.
Appreciate
Alright.
that.
Well, I appreciate you. After everything I've yelled and screamed and not been nice about, I appreciate you.
No, we want to do a first-class job, and sometimes hearing from folks who see areas for us to improve and areas where we're not meeting the mark can help us get better faster.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. I have a statement, question, and a request. So 3 things. First of all, I am also a Thornton graduate, as well as Councilmember J.R. Millo, so you are in good company. Second of all, last week, we had the Northland Youth Awards, and it was really impressive to see a number of nominees that came from the Vantage Point School, which is obviously in Northland, and they had, a lot of the nominees had overcome a lot of tough life challenges, whether it was a death of a parent, death of a relative, but yet still doing great, getting 3.8 grade point average scores, taking advanced placement courses, so on and so forth. So I would like to just kind of give a shout out that really what you have going there, I think, is really special. And I think we are privileged as a city to be able to have that venue. My question is that you talked about the pay for teachers, and I noted in your handout that 2/3 are actually have master's degrees. So I'm assuming these are people that have education loans. And if I did the math correctly, their salaries are roughly about $47,000 a year. And if you think about 1/3 of your income going to housing, I mean, that's almost, maybe you can afford an apartment at about $1,400 a month, which is about how much a single-bedroom apartment here in Northland goes today. Should we be thinking about, in our deliberations, creating workforce housing? Do you have any particular opinions about that?
Sure. So a few things I would say, given what you've shared. It's ironic right now, and we talk about this each year as we negotiate compensation, that if you are a entry-level teacher, it's probably unlikely that you would be supporting a family of 4, but not impossible. And you could be an entry-level teacher making $46,500 a year and qualify, your children would, for reduced lunch at school. So that's something that can't sustain long-term if this is going to be a viable and desirable profession for young people to choose. In terms of the average teacher, you're right. We have lots of teachers who have master's degrees. Oftentimes, people start with simply a bachelor's and then over the course of their career earn a master's. The average teacher salary in our district last year, I believe, was $67,000 a year. So it's beyond that. But still, in a high-cost housing environment, there's some limitations in terms of what kind of lifestyle you can live with that kind of compensation. There is interest in our discussions each year about finding ways for educators to increase their compensation without having to get a master's or do any more higher education work at all. Because what we hear from more and more of our educators is that we're stressed out, we're working tons of hours, it's a demanding job, And then on top of that, if we really want to maximize our compensation, we've got to take higher ed classes. And sometimes the best time to take those is not just all in summer. There's times that a fall or spring semester is the best time to take a course or courses. So you're just squeezing more time out of us and burning us out even more. And it's expensive to take higher ed classes. And so at a negotiation session last week, there was more and more discussion about how do we find ways that don't require teachers to go take higher ed courses and still grow their salary in a significant way. That's going to take us some time. That's a very traditional structure and school systems throughout the country, but I hear from more and more educators that we've got to find different ways to get them more compensation faster in their career with less time and expense than how it works now. And then the final piece of that, affordable housing, workforce housing, is a strong interest that we have. We were under contract probably 5 years ago to sell about 15 acres south of our education support center to Century Homes. So it's almost that area between our ESC and Carl's Farm further to the south. And Century had interest in selling a portion of that acreage to another housing developer to build workforce housing. That deal unraveled because of water issues in Thornton, and we have really nobody right now who's chomping at the bit to buy that land because the water issues remain unsolved. But we would have very strong interest in finding a location or locations within our community where we could provide workforce housing, and I wouldn't be shocked if the blueprint plan that's going to come to fruition this spring includes recommended investment in some workforce housing. Finding the right place would be critical, and if there are opportunities within the city, we'd love to talk more with you all about that.
And then finally, my request. So I've had the opportunity to tour the STEM school at Northglenn High School, along with Councilmember Shannon Lukman-Haramasa. I would definitely welcome the opportunity to tour the Bowman Technical Center, because you're right in your statement, not everybody wants to go to college, and there's a lot of trade skills that are missing out there. And I'd like to have the opportunity to kind of see where people are learning those skills.
We will make that happen, and if others on council would like to join you at the same time, we'd welcome that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have just a couple of things. I wanted to highlight and celebrate preschools. That's key. And also thank you for these publications with the fact sheets. They're very well written. They really do a lovely job of sharing all the positive things that are happening. I also wanted to, you mentioned buses, and I happened to be at the board meeting where you talked about your new bus route technology, and that sounds incredible. Sounds like it's really going to increase efficiency. So I just wanted to highlight that. And shout out to instructional coaching. Huge proponent of that. My very first coaching job, I was hired by Priscilla. So I have a heart for coaching and for her as well. But it's so important, and I'm so glad that that has become a priority in the district, because that's one way to honor teachers and help them stay inspired and just really passionate about their work. I had a question. It was sort of related to the fact sheet and some of Councilmember Brown's comments. So I see the safety initiatives, and I know that you do regular safety drills, and those are fantastic. And then there's some other quick question is, what is an A-phone?
So an A-phone is the device that when you approach a school door, the main entrance, you press a button and they can see you through a camera who's there, and you can have a verbal interaction that, I'm Chris, I'm here to get my kid, and they can buzz you in and let you come in from there.
Great, I did not know what that was, so that's helpful. But I was wondering about three things in particular, and I'm wondering if it relates to any student survey that you may have about students feeling safe at school. So thinking about safe to tell data, threat assessment data, suicide risk assessment data. Like, what is your impression, or maybe I missed it in the documents, around kind of that student perception data about how they feel at school?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what our current year data tells us. We're doing the Panorama survey right now, where we often have students, parents, and staff complete surveys in this January to mid-February timeframe. So the survey window is about to close. What we've historically seen, a few things. In terms of students' suicide risk and doing assessments in that space, we've seen a tremendous uptick in that over time. I can't give you a percentage off the top of my head, but it's significant. Threat assessments, we do more and more of those every year as well, largely because of either things that are reported to us through Safe to Tell or things that we see going on with a student at school that prompt us to dig in deeper. So a significant increase there. Notwithstanding those increases, I'll be curious to see what Uvalde has done in terms of a longer lasting impact on student perceptions and parent perceptions of school safety. Before Uvalde last year, we'd seen some stabilization in terms of school safety and students largely feeling that school is a safe environment and expressing both at the student, parent, and staff levels a lot of support for having SROs at school, and that SROs being present enhances the feelings of safety. It's a little bit different data, or at least perceptions at least, than we might see in a Boulder Valley, where they made some decisions to eliminate SROs, and DPS did the same. In our community, whether it's north or south, based on race, a whole lot of other factors, we saw really high levels in the 65 to 80% range of students and staff and parents indicating that SRO presence in school is something that they felt like enhanced their feelings of safety at school. And so it's something we've been glad to continue. We know that police agencies are often encountering staffing shortages too, and we're grateful that the cities continue to make that a priority for us. We've also done some work to hire some additional school safety personnel who work for us for the times when SROs are out ill or they're in training, just so we have a little bit more capacity, that if we have a challenge emerge, we can deploy someone quickly to the scene, because we know that our police agencies are often stretched pretty thin dealing with other needs in the community.
Thank you. And then, so to piggyback, when you had mentioned the number of suspensions at the middle schools, my wondering, because I know there's the individual student behavior and the family response to that, but there's also how some of that behavior makes other kids feel. So can you speak to like how you're wrapping around, I guess maybe my question is more around like, do you have any restorative justice practices in place?
Yeah, restorative practices, restorative justice is a way of dealing with a lot of conflicts in virtually all of our schools. Unfortunately, some of what's prompting student misbehavior, that's prompting suspension, are things that sometimes don't work well in a restorative practices approach. And so we're doing that, but it only takes you so far in building the kind of culture and climate that you want in your school. That's why some of these positive behavior interventions are our next step. We feel like those two things paired together, coupled with more intense work with kids who are just negative leaders, who are the ringleaders of bad behavior, we feel like those are our best steps to try to reduce that kind of behavior moving forward. It's hard. It's the hardest thing that we're working through right now.
And my final question, and it's sort of an evolving question. I want to put a plug. I fully support SROs, and you have amazing ones in our schools. But my question is around social media and what your strategies are to help maintain that. I can think about some threat assessments or some actions that students may or may not take. The student body tends to know right away. So much is circulating through all the different platforms. And how do you keep up?
So social media is no doubt a huge challenge. I think largely a negative presence in the lives of many of our adolescents in our system. As a district, we often are messaging in district newsletters and in building newsletters about the importance of regulating how much time your child spends in those settings, and to give ideas about places where your child might be spending time that they don't realize can be as detrimental as it is. There's certainly some movies that we've broadcast in a couple of different schools where we'll invite students from a variety of buildings to come to a Mountain Range High School, for example, and watch the Screenagers movie that talks about all of the negative things that have come with the social media experience, so that can be helpful. Social media, unfortunately, is a place where a lot of bullying and behaviors that result in threat assessment and student discipline originate in that space, and we've had people react really strongly sometimes with things that aren't as directly threatening violence And yet, because of the world we live in, things in social media can often prompt a lot of worry and concern. We had, for example, a social media post at one of our high schools in the fall where a student posted a picture of a high school football uniform with a weapon in the background, and students construed that to indicate that there was a threat of a school shooting that was going to happen the next day, and we basically had no one come to school the next day. So we continue to spend lots of time messaging about the importance of not feeling like social media is a place where you can do and say whatever you want without consequence or implication. And then finally, I think there's some things in terms of messaging to our students that can help change their behavior. Horizon High School comes to mind as an example of this, where they had a guest speaker come. His name's Kevin Atlas at the start of this last school year. He's somebody who went on to be a collegiate athlete and a professional athlete, I think, at least briefly, who only had one arm. And he talked about a lot of things in his life experience in the form of an inspirational speech. But a good part of his messaging was about stopping the bullying behavior that often goes in social media and challenging students to lean in and support students outside of their peer group. So if you're a member of the football team, I expect you to go to the band concerts and support those students instead. If you don't know the student sitting across the way who's in a wheelchair and part of our special needs program, I want you to get to know that student. And I want you to lift up kids in school and outside of school and make this a healthier community. And what we're seeing 5 to 6 months after is that students are really continuing to live out the challenges that Kevin brought to them that day of being better people in school and outside of school and reaching across peer groups to be encouraging and supportive. And I see a lot of opportunity for us to do that at bigger scale down the road with middle school students and high school students in particular.
That's great. Okay, my final question is, how can we support you?
I have felt for a very long time that the city of Northglenn and the council are great partners with us. There's times that you pose challenging questions and push us to do better, and we need that. But I also feel folks on this council have consistently been willing to shout out when we do well also, and to be great partners in things like the SRO program, and to help us financially with that and not have that full expense be on our shoulders. I just appreciate the dialogue that we have with the city manager. I know that I can reach out to her whenever we have a need, and she'll work with staff or with you all to see if there's a way to lean in. So I'd say the best way to support us is to continue what you've been doing and keep the relationship in this really strong partnership stance that it's been for a very long time.
I see Councilmember Long.
Yes, just want to share, this is the first question and statement I've made since ascending
sworn
this.
in here
Yes. It's a privilege to be here. Northglenn is my hometown. I'm totally impressed with your articulation and your knowledge. I mean, I noticed you were speaking hardly from the notes at all. You just have this coming drippingly off the tongue. I'm much impressed with your knowledge and your statement and your presence. My question really goes to the morale of the teachers. That's a subjective matter that doesn't always get talked about. You mentioned burnout in passing, but I think there's more to it than that. I'm just wanting to have your insight and input as to what you're doing to buoy up all of those teachers with all the stress, all the pressures they must have, because I see it in you, and I just can't help but wonder how the teachers are doing, especially those master teachers who've been there for quite some time.
Oh, great question. So my take on that is a lot of teachers throughout our nation and in Adams 12 are at a place of feeling more discouraged about the profession than they have been historically. The pandemic was a challenging time when the debates about whether you're in person or doing remote learning or a hybrid in between were often couched in terms of you're deferring to adult interest instead of putting kids first was often how that was described in some settings. There were some narratives that the teachers' unions were behind the strategy of having staff work remotely and not invested in trying to meet kids during a difficult time. So that was challenging for a lot of our educators to hear that kind of narrative about who they are as people and the values they hold. They often felt like that wasn't a real accurate description of how they were trying to make choices in that space about whether they would be in person or in a remote teaching environment. And there's still some hangover of that debate and discussion. There's also, this last year in particular, it feels like a lot of the narrative at the national level and at some of our local school board meetings was around political, social, and cultural issues that were often critical of educators about how they might go about teaching sex education, what kinds of books we would have in the library, how do we allow restroom access for students who might identify as transgender, on and on and on. We had some school board meetings where public comment went on for over 3 hours, and we'd have folks who are on the conservative side of the political spectrum, for a lack of a better term, speaking on those issues. And then we started to see a counter mobilization from people who were on the other side of that political continuum, and lots of skirmishes that went on throughout most of the spring. We've not seen that this school year thus far. I think there's a lot of educators who are feeling more tentative about how they can speak to a variety of issues in the social studies space. If I talk about certain items of Black history and Black culture during the month of February, am I going to have some parents alleging that I've taught critical race theory or things that they may find to be contrary to their family values? So it's a difficult and stressful time for many of our educators in the political space. There are more and more demands that I think the legislature, the Board of Education, myself place on educators each year, because there's just a lot of needs that exist with students and we want to meet them. But you do get to a point where folks feel like you're just asking so much of me. There's no possible way I can do it, even by working 60 hours a week and doing lots of work after hours and on evenings. Having the staff shortages adds to stress. There are a lot of our buildings where you might have a need for 4 paraprofessionals to support a special education teacher, and we have only one of those spots filled. And so when you're having to make up a lot of work, that comes on the shoulders of others and just causes stress and fatigue. And yet in the midst of all that, those are all real issues. What I feel like we've done a good job in Adams 12 in doing that helps culture quite a bit is we ask for our educators, our support staff, to help us make important decisions in a collaborative, committee-based way constantly. And it's probably one of the things that I've learned the most and have changed the most in the 13 years plus that I've been in this role now. When I first started, my belief was, I grew up in the community, I've seen how it's changed, I've been the attorney for the district for a number of years. I'm kind of inside the system and hear a lot of chatter about what people want to see be different. And so I often, with a couple of people on my cabinet, just said, we're going to start doing this and we're going to do that. And we made a lot of decisions with just a fairly narrow band of input. Our style since that time is to look at educators and our support staff as people closest to the work, who are going to understand the implications of our great ideas, and can often say, hey, that sounds great at your office, but here's the reality of what this is going to cause in terms of my job. And because we consult with and partner with our staff throughout the year on a variety of topics, I think they feel valued and respected, that if there's something that we do that doesn't work well, they hear us admit to those shortcomings. And I believe that's really helped us build a good culture where I hope that we have a lot fewer self-inflicted wounds in Adams 12 with staff talking poorly about the work that we're doing than in some other systems. And that's because we try to hear their voices directly and to manage change thoughtfully and to back away from things that might sound like good ideas initially on, but people say, yeah, it's going to cause all these other negative things in terms of how I support kids, let's not go there. And when we have those kinds of discussions, we're happy to back away from things that are going to have negative implications.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was an awesome. Jealous, I didn't think of it. That was a good one. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate your time. I know we took a little extra, but we so appreciate that partnership as well.
Well, this is time well spent. I appreciate very much the invitation from council and look forward to getting you some additional information on a few of the points that you've asked, and would welcome you to some additional questions you have my way so that we can make sure that you have all the information you need to be great partners with us. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. Have a good night.
One more thing, I'm going to reach out to you, right? But I want you to know that my offer was legitimate, and so is my passion about that. So if there's any way that I can get involved, any way I can help the school district, I'm your first person in line. I have all kinds of ideas, you know I do. I have the whole program mapped out. But, that is a legitimate offer.
Yeah, I will absolutely reach out and have folks involved in some of our drug intervention and drug response work connect with you to talk further about the ideas you have.
I would love that. Thank you.
We'll connect soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thanks for coming.
All right, moving on to public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Joanna, is anyone signed up to speak to council?
I am so sorry, but I forgot the sign-up sheet out on the table.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who didn't have a chance to sign up or who did sign up and we don't know it, who would like to speak to council? No? Okay. Is there anyone on the phone? I don't believe so. No. All right, we are going to move into communications, and we will start with Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just reporting out on the Legislative Committee tonight. It was a full meeting, but some of the big ones were Senate Bill 97, the auto theft. So there's some good things in it that removing the value for the vehicle being stolen, excuse me. I believe it was at $2,500, and I believe that is being removed because obviously to people, a $2,500 car is by a place where they could be living, and there shouldn't be any kind of value on that. So that's a bipartisan bill, which is good. Unfortunately, there's still some things that are not strong enough in it. So we're gonna monitor that bill, but we're happy to see that there's progress on that. House Bill 1169 is to regulate low-level offenses. It is going to prohibit our officers in the city from arresting for things like trespassing. And so we are obviously starkly opposed to that, as that takes away one of the tools we use to keep our people safe. Housing Bill 1115, rent control. We're in a monitor position on this because obviously it strikes at the heart of local control, but we also acknowledge we need to do something to fight the affordable housing crisis. So we're in a monitor position on that one. 1190, the local government first right of refusal. Basically, it says any commercial property a local government can step in and buy in 14 days. We're going to monitor that. We feel like we're going to have discussions here on this council on Prop 123, and those go hand in hand. So we took a monitor on that. Some other ones, some building ones like mandates for Bill 1057, which include all gender bathrooms, would include having to do renovations to current property. We are opposed to that unless it's amended to new construction only, which is also the position CML has taken. There are quite a few other ones that we took monitor positions on: Senate Bill 111, 1101, and House Bill 1090, and then some other ones that are up on the that are obviously affect us include some draft bills such as the core bill, which I quote is a mess. Right. So that is all I have from Legislative Committee. Unless Mr. Corey or Shannon has anything. Thank you.
Nice.
Councilmember Brown?
I'd like to speak for just a minute. I'd like to not use any names, and I would just like to say that being a city council person is not the easiest job in the world. We work approximately, oh my God, approximately, I would say I put at least 40 hours of work a week into my city council role. I'm very proud of it. I'm very happy to have served the residents in North Glen. It's been my proudest moments, I think, besides graduating from high school and having my children and getting married. But it's one of my proudest moments. There is something that I would like to clarify because I am personally bothered. I'm not going to use this person's name. A lot of residents are aware of it, and I'm not going to give him the power over me. So I'm not giving him any more publicity. I would just like to comment that I am 98% Polish, and I am a Polish American. I am a proud Polish American. And with that said, I can take being called anything in the world. You know, I really can. I have thick skin. I'm not a Nazi. Surprise. Being Polish American, it's the furthest thing from my mind. I think that our city council has been treated disrespectfully by this individual for quite a while, and I've tried not to address it, but I'm not going to go into details what line was drawn. But a line was drawn in the sand for me that makes me need to address this today. If you don't like something I'm doing, know your facts and give me a call. In this particular case, it wouldn't have helped. You have to understand things to be able to have conversations about it. But I just want our residents to know that this city council is dedicated to our residents, and we've worked really hard to get where we are today. I just think it's important to lift us all up, because we've all worked very hard at it. Unfortunately, you know, there's a bully in town, and I take the majority of the hits with the mayor for ridiculous things. But I just felt like I needed to say something because a line's been crossed, and I don't want to do something I would regret. So that's what I wanted to say about that situation tonight. And I appreciate all the residents that support the mayor and the city manager and myself and reach out and tell us, don't let that get to you. You're going to be fine. And they know what it is, you know? So I wanted to thank the residents and just call out a little bit. Just call out a little bit. So if you're sitting at home, watching it in your basement, yes, I saw it. It's borderline. It's inflammatory. And I'm just really bothered by it. So that's why I chose to bring this comment up today. I do not have any news from Nura. I needed a mental break, so I did not go to the meeting last week. So I don't have anything except for that.
Councilmember Kondo.
Tell me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 3 items. The first of which is North Metro Fire Rescue District has 2 positions that are going to come open here in May, term limited. 2 of those are filled by Northglenn residents. Actually, one is sitting to my right. And basically, the process is through self-nomination, which is due to the North Metro Fire Rescue District headquarters by February 24th. And you can find that form online. Also, the elections will be done either through absentee ballot or at the headquarters or Station 62 or 64, if I'm getting my station numbers correct. So, again, I'm just putting that out if anybody is interested. And then, just to close on the prior discussion, North Metro is having the CPR training on Saturday, February 25th, hour-and-a-half sessions at 9, 11, 1:30, and 3:30. And you can find that at northmetrofire.org to register. My second item is this morning, I had breakfast with Councilmember Brown and City Manager Guyer. And this continues to be my education process as well as effort to continue to improve dialogue with our city manager. And we did talk about a wide range of issues. I'm not going to go through that. But know that we did talk about things like the current economic situation, some of the businesses that are coming and going, and I'll leave it at that. And then finally, I'd like to wish Nick Walker congratulations on the Kansas City Chiefs win.
Oh, yeah.
We all know that he's a Kansas City Chief diehard fan.
So proud of you for being here today.
I just wanted to put that out there because, you know, I need somebody else with a target on their back since I'm a Thornton High School graduate. You know, I just wanted to. Anyway, congratulations, Nick.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Long.
Again, I want to say what a privilege it is to sit up here, notwithstanding Councilmember Brown's concern for spending so much time. I too anticipate that this will be a challenge. I'm honored by the appointment that the council selected me. I recognize fully there are some really tremendous people that were vying for this position, so I don't take it for granted for one moment. To echo what Councilman Kondo is saying with North Metro Fire Rescue District, indeed, we're having an election, and we'd love to have Northglenn represented once more. It will take place at Station 62 on May 2nd, to be specific, as well as at the corporate offices in Broomfield. I've served there for 12 years as its treasurer. I was honored to see the progress that has taken place with that fantastic outfit and people. We should be very proud of them in this North Glen, Broomfield, and unincorporated county areas that we have. I wanted to just say, again, thank you for the privilege of being here. North Glen is my hometown. I look forward to servicing as best I can to support, and I'm humbled by the appointment. So I just want to say thank you once more. And I did actually make a bet on behalf of the Kansas City Chiefs, though it really hurt me. The opposition on the Eagles side was just somebody I had to stand up to, and fortunately, I came out on top.
Thank God for the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Welcome, Tim.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lucman Haramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On February 6th, I attended the Adams County Mayors and Commissioners Youth Awards, as many of my fellow council members did as well. And I just have to reiterate how impressed and inspired I am by these children who have overcome incredible, and are still overcoming incredible adversity, and are basically leading the way and showing us by example how to do better, be better. I was extremely inspired by them, so I just want to say I'm very privileged to have attended that as well, along with other council members. And then I also attended the Youth Commission meeting on February 7th, and I learned for the first time what Twitch is. I feel really old because I have no idea what that was. You
Share.
guys are laughing. It's some platform for esports, and I guess playing games now is called an esport. Everybody's nodding like you're so
Wow.
old. So that was pretty educational for me. But the Youth Commission, they're on it, and they are trying to plan a charitable event through Twitch fundraising and stuff that I don't understand. So that was very impressive. There are 3 topics for 2023, or there are 3 priorities for 2023 are public health, as we heard from the Youth Commissioner that was here today in his interview, as it relates to our youth, community engagement and outreach. So that involves social media and things like the Twitch charity fundraiser, whatever that's called, as well as revising their bylaws. So they're extremely busy. I believe they're set to present to council on February 27th. I think that's the date. As well as part of their health initiative, they will presenting, possibly, I believe, will presenting on March 6th, along with Dana from Healthy Beverages. So we'll hear a little bit more about that. And then the last thing that I have is something that I brought up before, and it's a request for a study on violence. In many of the conversations that I've had with residents around the city, you know, our beautiful city is shadowed by the fact that many people are concerned about shootings that are happening, the increase in violent crime, car thefts, drugs, that sort of thing. So I had a brief conversation with Chief and Deputy Chief in terms of what, you know, some of the layers that are happening that are increasing violence in our city. And I think it would be helpful if we could all have a study session to learn a little bit more about the layers, which include things like drugs, obviously domestic violence, robberies, prior legislation, social media, you know, the big car gathering that we just had recently, and speed racing, those sort of things, just so that we are better informed when we encounter residents who are concerned about violence, to have a little bit more data in terms of what the layers are causing some violence. So that is a long explanation for the request. And hopefully, if everybody supports that, we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Me.
Goes to the city manager. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Winovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing from me this evening.
All right, well, I had a lot last time, so the only thing I have is a formal welcome to Councilmember Long. City Manager Guyer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a couple updates for you this evening. Tomorrow, we're hosting the Senior Center Chili Cook-Off. It was rescheduled to tomorrow from January, so if you missed the January date, it was rescheduled due to weather. So if you missed that, you don't have to miss out tomorrow. So definitely check that out. The other news is that Dutch Brothers at Carl's Farm is working on opening up. I have a tentative ribbon cutting date of the 22nd. Don't have an exact time, so Marisa will get that out to council, but they are ready to get open, and they'll be a great addition to our community. They'll be our second Dutch Brothers location here in North Glen, and that's all I have tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. City Clerk Small?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have any reports tonight.
Thank you. Hello, Corey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I do have one thing this evening, and that is I did provide you some communication this afternoon about a couple of matters. And one I wanted to point out, we had a case that began in January of 2020 with someone who was obstructing a sidewalk in front of the Metro North Denver Islamic Center. A jury of his peers in the North Glen Municipal Court convicted him of that violation. He appealed that to the Adams County District Court. The Adams County District Court affirmed the North Glen Municipal Court decision. The individual then petitioned for review in front of the Colorado Supreme Court. That petition was denied. He also sued the city in federal district court. The city prevailed in federal district court, and then earlier this month, the 10th Circuit also affirmed the decision of in favor of the city and denied a petition for rehearing. So that what seemed like unremarkable event in January of 2020, the city has won at every level. The only remedy left is for this individual to petition to the United States Supreme Court for review, which could happen. But the city's ordinance was validated as being appropriate and not a violation of the First Amendment because the individual is actually blocking the sidewalk. And so it's a good ending to a long case.
Thank you for that news, Corey. That brings a smile to my face, you know? Those of us that live over there, it was a little tense for a while, so thank you for the update.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Long-awaited December financial updates. Jason Loveland.
Secret Agent Man.
Right.
It's the glasses Superman.
Yeah, right?
Thanks.
Little Clark
Good
Kent
evening,
going
Mayor
on.
and Council. Happy to be here to give the fourth quarter financial update. So this is through December. These are not final audited numbers. Some things will change over time, but I'll report where we're at today and provide a couple of updates that we just kind of got processed through the system after the distribution of this report. So up first, on the sales and use tax, year-to-date collections, so this is through November, collections were at $26.3 million, which is up 6% over the prior year. More updated numbers, we actually had a really strong December that was just collected and processed at the end of January. We were actually up 10% December over December. 2022 versus 2021. So the year's going to end being up about 6.5% sales and use tax. Very positive news there. Couple of pieces that I'll touch on, just we kind of look at kind of the bigger specific areas of what makes up the sales and use tax. One of those is auto use tax. That had been kind of on the downward trend versus the prior year. Until recently, as of this report, it was down 2.3%. It's going to end the year being down 0.5%, so it rebounded a lot of sales and things happened in December. So good news to kind of keep that use tax flat. Food for home consumption, that tax is up 8% on the year. And then use tax with Carl's Farm and some different activities like that from 2021, that's down about 4%, which is kind of drags the sales tax specifically being up 8% down a little bit for the year. So overall, positive things with sales and use tax for 2022. On this next slide, you'll see the dotted line is representing 2022 and kind of the flattening of marijuana tax. Overall, through the year, down 16%. I think that number changed marginally with December's report that we just have recorded. I think it's about 15.5%. So kind of in that 15 to 16% range where we've kind of hung steady all year.
1575 statewide.
1575?
15.75. So, I mean, it dropped, you know, it's probably a sign that some of the business can come back. They are reopening grow houses again, so they're feeling very positive about the direction.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so I mean, I just like sharing the little things with you. But we're feeling very positive with the direction that it's going. And the uptake in December may have been related to some sales and things like this that they're doing to try and produce, you know, more volume in their businesses. So I think that we'll start to see that level out really soon.
Great. And as you'll see there, part of the decline of 15% is really just because of the peak in sales that occurred in the prior year, 2020 to 2021. You can see the purple line representing 2020 and a big spike during the pandemic. Then even 2021 starting to taper off at the end of the year. So anyway, all told, that's kind of where that stands. Jumping into the general fund, a couple of items here to talk about. Since you'll see total budget was $32.1 million, and that's really matching the year-to-date numbers on this report. So we're steady there. I will say that with the accruals that we've gotten through in this past week, we'll end up being about 7% higher than budget. In the general fund, we'll accrue at least another $2 million just on the tax portion of this. So anyway, I'm going to stop referring to new numbers because that's very confusing from what I'm presenting versus what you're going to see in several months. But I was excited to see that we had those numbers ready today. Total expenditures are at $30.6 million. 91% of the budget spent, you'll see. Total change in fund balance, if we were to end the year without the accruals, would be a decrease to fund balance of $15.2 million. Biggest portion of that is $16.7 million of transfers that were done to support activities in our capital projects fund for roadways and the City Hall project. Overall, we're within budget. A couple items I will mention, though, I think that were interesting. This is in the user charges and fee line, where it's kind of up at the top towards the revenue, up 103% through the period. We were able to hit most of the targets for the new recreation center. And two pieces, the Parsons Theater, as well as just rec passes, were up 1.5 times what was expected. So a lot of positive growth beyond what was expected in those two areas. So I did want to specifically point that out to the council today. Moving along to the Conservation Trust Fund, again, revenues, $499,000. Again, that's lottery proceeds. If you recall, throughout the year, there were a couple of big opportunities, I guess, with billion-dollar or close to billion-dollar lotto situations going on. So that is driving that. The $81,000 in expenditures, that's all related to the Greenway Trail kind of annual maintenance project that we do. After the slideshow, the more detailed report, you can see more information on all of the capital projects, starting on page 20 of that report, to see what the specific spending was on each individual project. I'll skip ahead to the capital projects fund. Again, $12.7 million of revenue, expenditures of $7.8 million. Those are on projects. $4 million on the residential street program, another $1 million invested in our traffic signals. Or the two major investments of that 7.8. And then the other financing and sources and uses that we record is 12.5 million. A majority of that is the transfer in from the general fund that I just mentioned coming into this fund. There was a lot of detail about specific projects on page 22 of the detailed report. And again, the revenue in this fund, that's made up of, 0.5% sales tax, 4% special marijuana tax goes directly into this fund, as well as Adams County open space and transportation tax. Those are the main pieces of that fund. So I'll skip ahead to the water fund. Total revenues of $15.5 million to date, total expenditures of $12.7. On the revenue side, specifically user charges and fees, those are up about 6% year over year. And then consumption through December was up 2.5%. So I would say that's relatively flat growth in consumption. And so appreciate the conservation efforts made by the community. On the expenditure side, you'll see capital outlay had a $19 million budget. We've spent $6.3 million. The waste handling improvements at the water plant, that investment about $2.5 million so far in 2022. About $1.5 million was the Huron Waterline project funded through ARPA. So while capital throughout the report shows, spending, at 25 to 30% of what was budgeted, we have a lot of projects in progress, and we budget, the full amount at the time that we expect. A $22 million project that might take a couple of years, we'll budget the $20 million today and let that play out over the 2 or 3 year time frame. So you'll see some shortfall in spending on capital projects, but that's why versus the budget. Other financing uses and sources, $1 million. And so I do want, I guess we can celebrate this. In 2002, certificates of participation were issued for Stanley Lake improvements to the dam. And in December of 2022, those were paid in full. So we relieved ourselves of that lease purchase agreement that began in 2002, and that is now off the books. So that's kind of exciting news for all of us. Skipping ahead to the wastewater fund. Total revenues just under $5.6 million and expenditures of 10.9. All of this falls within the budget that we had expected. Biggest pieces of the capital outlay line item that you'll see, Lift Station A and the Force Main project, about $6 million of that is summarized in that that $7.9 million capital outlay number. I should have mentioned this at the beginning. All of the operations, personnel-wise, supplies, equipment, non-capital equipment, all of those budgets and spending were in line. We will see, as we go through the financial reporting, motor vehicle fuels throughout the city in every department, every fund, just because of the nature of what happened in 2022 with fuel prices are up and over budget by somewhere between 50 and 70%, depending on the total use. So that's one line item that really has stuck out throughout the year and will continue to. In the stormwater fund, revenues of $500,000 and expenditures of $142,000. The expenditures, $137,000 of that is operating, so salaries and trainings and things of that nature, and $5,000 of improvements. You can see the detail regarding that on page 25. The budget did have $250,000 of revenue planned, it didn't get spent, of ARPA money to do a stormwater project, so that will just roll into 2023 as we work towards those projects. And then the last fund, the sanitation fund, total revenues of $1.98 million. This is flat when compared to the prior year. Expenditures of 2.43, which is 99.63% without doing year-end accruals. We will be bringing back a supplemental appropriation for 2022 for the sanitation fund, as their fuel prices did drive their total spending of $2.4 million over budget by about $50,000. So that will come forward in the next couple of weeks to do that appropriation cleanup. And then last thing, overall, I mentioned good news on the sales tax front. General fund revenue about 7%. And I will mention that I forgot to at the beginning, the geographic area report that or chart that we put into the more detailed piece behind the presentation shows that the areas remitting in North Glen, so the marketplace and city center and throughout, we're up 4% on the year. I think we'll do an update to that report with the latest numbers, but I'm guessing that's going to be somewhere between 4 and 5% for the year. So that is December, which will be revised throughout the audit process, which begins the first week of April. So I just wanted to mention that. They'll be here for a couple of weeks. And then I think the first meeting in June, we'll plan to present that. So as we go through the process, we'll provide updates as necessary.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions for you. One question, one statement. That $2 million that we may or may not be able to move back into the general fund, which you sounded pretty sure of, is that going to make any change in the percentage, more than 1 or 2 points?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would project that the ending fund balance will end up being around 33%.
And we are where today?
Well, I guess we ended the year, so about 33%.
Look, I freaking tricked you and you still didn't get it. And then my other thing is just a comment, and we talked about it during the financial meeting, but I just want to escalate it and make sure that it's on public record, basically. I would like to see a breakout of the tax money that we receive for online. I don't want to see this came from Amazon, this came from here, this came from there. It's just on that tax, the sales tax page. I'd like to see a dollar amount. And I'm not saying that I even know how that works. I don't know where you guys get the money and if you can identify it as an online purchase, but I'd like to see more information incorporated.
Yeah, so we do have information on that can provide and roll into this. So one thing I mentioned earlier in the year, that online sales, which we look at out of state businesses or out of city, and kind of make an assumption that those are partially all going to be out of or online in some way, shape, or form and being delivered into the city. Those have actually taken over the biggest sales tax generator of the city. It used to be the marketplace for forever, and now the sales online, specifically from out of state, has surpassed that.
And does that include Amazon money, or, because I know I've always,
It does include Amazon, which is now our #1 sales tax remitter.
you know, it's awesome to hear. I just, I'm tangible.
Yeah.
And I need to see numbers.
Yep, and we'll provide some information.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anything else?
Do not see any more hands, so
All
thank you,
right, have a great
Jason.
night, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, moving into the consent agenda.
Mayor, before we go into, I would like to pull out CR 25 for discussion. Thank you.
Perfect. So do you want to make a motion to approve without it?
Motion to approve with CR 25 being removed.
Second.
All right. Please open the vote.
Oh my gosh.
Vote is open.
Joanna, I apologize. I hadn't even signed in to the vote today. I don't know why.
Nobody helped me.
Sorry.
I will close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay. So we have,
Coach today.
good. That's awesome. I just remember it was a little much the first time. Okay. So we have an item that was removed, CR 25. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution appointing an ex officio member to the Community Co-Production Policing Advisory Board of the City of North Glen, Colorado, with the name Ashley Witkovich inserted.
So
Can I
we
speak?
need to have a motion, I believe, and then discussion.
Motion
Yes?
to approve.
Second.
Okay. Now it's open for discussion. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. There's a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, I want to make sure that Mayor Pro Tem understands that this is not personal. I am incredibly disappointed by City Council, and especially on this last one, where the tallying and the vote is done before any of the other council people get to speak with other council people. This is the third incident that we have had, and that I've actually been involved in 2 of them. It's not that I feel that Mayor Pro Tem is not qualified to hold that position at all. What I take issue with was a comment that was made to me that I couldn't do it because I'm term limited. And from what I understand, Mayor Pro Tem is up for election in November. And so there is no difference from me being termed in November and Mayor Pro Tem Witkovich possibly not running for election or not winning her election, which I would never want that to happen to you. But there is no difference in that. And I resent the fact that that was brought up. So I wanted to get that out and on the public record. It matters not to me whether my fellow council people, have already made their decisions. What bothers me is that this council is continuing to politicize these moves that we've never had in the past. We've always had open conversations. We've already talked about it. And this is now the second time that I've been told council had already made up their minds. That's not right, and it's not the way it's ever been done in the past, and I resent that this council is behaving that way. I resent that it takes away a level of transparency to the council, and I also resent the fact that I was not able to throw my name in because I felt like the first time when I was with Mayor Pro Tem, that I didn't want to rock the boat of this council, right? We are one unit, we are one entity, and we need to have a consistent vote. So I just let that slide. This time, I'm offended by the fact that it's happened again. I just want it on public record. And I cannot believe the level of politicizing things has gone from this council, not only on things that I think are important, like this appointment, but there have been other instances where this council has made decisions through text message individually, never groups or anything. They've made decisions before we've had a council meeting. I've been a council member for almost 8 years now, and this council and this last year has been the most, excuse the term, disrespectful in that process. I would like to see that stop immediately. I would like to see conversations come on board at the time decisions are made. I would like the text messaging between certain members about who should be backed for what role or whatever. I would like that to stop too. I find that insulting, and frankly, it can sway someone's mind before the actual discussions take place. It's inappropriate and it needs to stop. These are my thoughts. Whether you all blow them off, I don't care. But these are my thoughts, and I wanted the council to know just how offended I am by their behavior. I've done nothing but pride myself in the fact that I represent this community on so many different levels. And I feel like I've been smacked in the face in my last 3 requests. I don't feel respected. I feel punished. And I, for one, am not going to accept it anymore. And I'm going to call it out when I see it. This co-production policing advisory board was something that was very close to my heart because it is the end of my term and I've been working on it for a long time. And to be told that, oh, I'm sorry, council's already made up your mind, that's not an answer that I can accept. I will vote for Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem can keep that role. What I needed to do was make sure that I called it out at a public meeting so the public is aware of what's going on. I wanted my disappointment in council on record, and I want to affect change in the way council is behaving. Conversations that should be had with all council members are now being held on individual bases. Some people know about them in clear detail. I would point out Boondocks last weekend, and then others have to hear it piecemeal. I didn't even hear about it from a council member. And that's not transparent to me. It's not the way that we used to act as one unit. So I wanted to make sure that I got that information out. I'm not asking you not to vote for Mayor Pro Tem or not to pass this thing. I wanted my words out. I wonder, this is going to sound a little mean, so I'm going to paraphrase it. As a member of CPAN, the CCP board is, I believe, a direct conflict. I don't believe that you can do CPAN and, because we're going to get that question of, is she biased? Is she, it's going to be more scrutiny on you. So that's my own personal opinion also. And I want to just share with the residents and with the rest of my council that these are my opinions, but after watching and sitting on council for 8 years, I hope that you all figure it out and make this stop, because this is not the way the council's ever acted in the past, and it's not acceptable anymore. I'm done. So I would suggest that we vote on Mayor Pro Tem for CR 25, and I've had my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to respond in hopes of bringing some clarity to some of the pieces. So prior to myself being mayor, it was exactly the process. So my first time on council, I was given committee assignments and there was no discussion. There was absolutely no discussion. So when I came on as mayor, that was the first time we had a really collaborative process where everyone got to talk about it, everyone got to speak to their preferences, their choices, their personal schedules. And so prior to this decision, I sent an email to council and said, this is the process that we have used in the past. At this time, knowing that it's a short-term appointment until the next election, this is the proposal. And I called and spoke with every council member.
How did I respond?
I'm going to finish. I spoke with every council member, and I did tell you that by the time I had spoken with you, there was support for Ashley.
Yep.
It was not because you were termed out. I shared.
You told me that.
There was one council member who pointed out that the support for Ashley was because she has the potential to continue in the role where you do not. That was not the only reason. I will speak to 2 reasons that are important to me. One is attendance. There were 2 key meetings, including the most recent one with our CCPP board, that Ashley attended that you did not.
Right.
There were a couple of other planning meetings with council and our city manager that you were not in attendance for that also included this type of thing. So Ashley's attendance and her commitment to this was why I was advocating for that. Every council member I spoke with said, I agree that we should have minimal changes, and they supported Ashley. That does not mean they did not support you, and you certainly had time to advocate.
I did.
Great. So if the vote changes, so the process tonight is working exactly the way it should. You pulled it off the consent agenda, good move. You are advocating for yourself, great. If you want to add to that you would like to propose that it's you instead, this is the moment to do that. So there's nothing, in my opinion, behind the scenes. And a lot of conversations happen via text message, whether it's something about you or something about any other council member. There's a lot of conversation. In my experience, that is what I learned is how politics work, is that all of those behind the conversations, that's how we get to Mayor Pro Tem ahead of time. That was how City of North Glen taught me. That was my experience here, and that is how things seem to turn out. And it does create hurt feelings and conflict, and it's probably not the best way to do it, but it has been that way. So it's not a new thing that happened just for this one appointment. And like I said, the process is working right now. So if, based on your advocacy, if the vote is different, then we will move in a different direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it on a public forum. But you
certainly can.
did not tell me that. You told me that this council had accepted Ashley, who, it's nothing personal, Ashley. I'm not running for the role. I did step away from council. It was a personal decision in my disappointment in the way council was going and the direction and the leadership of council that I had issues with, so I did step away. But my commitment has never been doubted by a resident here. There have been other situations where trying to pick up votes and behind the scenes that this is the right candidate for that, this person's this person's that. That's not right. When somebody comes in and is in front of council or is being interviewed for a role, you have to have a clear mind. You cannot judge that by somebody making phone calls or stopping people and saying, hey, I think this person's a great contact or a great person for this role. That was totally uncalled for and inappropriate. And I know that I'm hitting some hard notes because we haven't had a conversation on that, but there was something that happened previously where the same kind of situation and the same kind of guilt was thrown on me, and I was angry and I never said anything. Now's my chance to say that we need to go back to the way we were when things were transparent, when we treated each other appropriately and as a team. And if that's not what you guys want to do, that's fine. But this has set a very sour note on my time on council. And it's time for me to say something. I'm not throwing my name in, not at all. Ashley, I think you'll make a great CCPP ex officio. I'm just extremely disappointed that once again, this is how it was handled. But I am not throwing my name in. Not gonna do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess where I'd come from, and I'll just speak from how I sat through and observed this process is, and I just want to be clear for the public, is that, it was the mayor engaging us one-on-one. So there was no violation from my understanding and awareness of the Cora laws. The mayor canvassed us individually, and the bulk of the conversation that I had, quite honestly, was all about, maintaining that continuity of the committees and boards. So, again, there's one thing that you've heard me say, and you heard me say this when we did the selection process for Councilmember Long, and that is I'm going to judge the best candidate depending on what my knowledge is of that individual and if they are the best qualified individual. So, that is a subjective process. It's not objective.
And I agree with you, and I appreciate your candor when we've had conversations on this. I would just ask you one question. Why didn't I receive a call? Why did I not receive a call, not from any of you, prior to being told who was going to be CCPP? Why did I not get the call or the visit that was made with every single one of these council people regarding our interviews when Mr. Long was selected as our ward member? We're just not transparent anymore. And I've never experienced this to the point where I'm disappointed in the way that things are being handled with council right now. I hope that people take it as an opportunity to look at situations. I would appreciate if the campaigning behind the scenes would stop, and that we would act as a cohesive team. I'm just not happy where we are right now. And I don't want to end my term or leave early, but I'm just not happy where we are right now.
Got it. Noted. Mayor Pro Tem Whitcomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I appreciate the support from my fellow council members to serve in this role. I did just want to clear something up about the potential conflict of interest. I don't pay dues to CPAN. I actually haven't been able to attend any CPAN meetings since I was appointed to the Historic Preservation Commission because they happen on the same evening. I had requested to receive emails for volunteer opportunities, and that's literally my only affiliation with CPAN. And I look forward to continuing that, but I just wanted the public to know there is no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Joanna, please open the vote.
The vote is open. I will close that vote, and CR 25 passes with one no vote cast by Councilmember Brown.
All right, moving into ordinances on first reading, CB 2001. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A bill for an ordinance adding a new section 7-1-15 to the North Glen Municipal Code, authorizing the creation of safety-sensitive zones in which traffic violators within the designated safety-sensitive zones are subject to increased monetary penalties for moving traffic violations.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, City Manager Heather Geyer will provide a summary of this item.
Mayor and council, I had prepared a short PowerPoint presentation this evening. We don't typically do that on first reading of ordinances. However, based on the significance of this ordinance, I did. I do want to recognize that our pace with this agenda flow is such that if you want me to go ahead and not do the presentation and just provide a simple overview, I can do that. A presentation will be used at second reading and public hearing. It's really up to you in terms of if you'd like me to move forward with a short presentation or not.
I think you should.
Okay. We'll do that. So CB 2001 is an ordinance on first reading this evening. This is being brought forward. It's going to consist of a new program that the city will implement if fully approved by City Council. This program was initiated through an idea by Councilmember Nicholas Walker, using the safety-sensitive program that the town of Parker has on their Main Street program. City Council requested that we have that discussion in looking at that program and taking a deeper dive into whether or not that program could assist us in addressing the challenges that we have with speeding on our residential streets. So you see the safety-sensitive zone goals outlined in front of you, again, to enhance the public safety of our residential roadways, deter speeding, and that's primarily done through the establishment of a zone and the doubling of fines within that zone, very similar to a school zone that we have in place today. Increase the awareness of the public safety issue. This would be a mandatory enhanced penalty that would not allow subjectivity, but a strict doubling of the fine if you are cited for either a moving violation or an actual speeding violation. We did cover more detail about that in the study session presentation, certainly can take a deeper dive as to what that looks like in the second read and public hearing. The areas that we're targeting are high traffic volume areas where we're seeing dangerous speeds in combination with pedestrian traffic. Speeding traffic on our residential roadways, I can't emphasize this enough, is something that you all hear a lot about from your constituents and that you've looked to myself and Chief May, Deputy Chief Darling, Kent Kisselman, our Public Works Director, for solutions. And so this is the path we're on in hopefully providing a solution to our residents. This program is enacted by ordinance, so first reading is the first step in that process for the ordinance. And then the actual zones that you establish will be done by resolution, and I have a calendar that outlines those steps that I'll cover shortly. So again, we're targeting areas where you have, where we have high traffic volume in combination with the dangerous speeds. Also intending to focus on residential roadways. So this program is not intended for 120th, 104th, Huron, Washington roadways. Those are considered major arterials. This is residential street focused. The revision that we have to the draft ordinance in front of you changes large to concentrated. So that is one specific language change that was recommended by City Attorney Hoffman. And if you have any questions, he can speak to the specifics of that. The approach that staff took in looking at how do we identify a potential zone was to really look in and around parks and trails. And that's where we magnified pedestrian and bicyclist traffic areas, crosswalks, proximities to schools, which result in increased traffic in and out of our community on a daily basis. It's important to recognize that we have 13 schools in a 6.5 square mile radius, which is a significant impact in terms of traffic flow in and out of our residential neighborhoods, and then existing school zones. On the outline timeline, rather, that you see in front of you, we're here tonight for first reading. The next step, if approved by council this evening, will be to hold a public hearing and second reading on February 27th. The review of the safety sensitive zone map is a piece where staff will bring back the map to council. There was one zone area that council members Jaramillo and Councilmember Brown requested that we take another look at. And so that meeting was held last week with staff and those council members. And so we'll bring that map back to council on March 13th to take a final look, gather any additional input, and then bring that council resolution forward on March 20th for formal adoption. So on the 27th, the program will be approved if the ordinance is approved. On March 20th, the zones will be approved if approved by council on that date. We've committed at the staff level to launching the program by early June. This provides a 3-month window of time to get the pieces together that we need for this program. Installation of signage will be done in-house. Installation of speed radar flashers, also done in-house. However, Kent has those flashers on order, and those are 4 flashers for a total of about $40,000 that we'll spend. That's really the primary direct cost for this program, and that detail is in the staff memo. And then we'll initiate an initial speed radar assessment to establish baseline data for the program. Evaluation of the program will take place after a year, and that's an opportunity when staff will bring back that data to council. We'll have conversation about the effectiveness of the zones. Are the zones doing what we intend the zones to do, which is to decrease speeding through the zones? Are there new zones that city council wants to look at? I touched on this a little bit just a minute ago in terms of the zone that we're taking further evaluation under. So we do have in Ward 2 support from council members Jaramillo and Brown to move forward with an area on Irma Street. And so we'll update that map based on that conversation and then bring that map to council on March 13th. So all of council will be able to look at the updated map and weigh in on that conversation. Otherwise, we received consensus from council on all the other, in the other 3 wards on those proposed locations, and we're moving forward accordingly. In terms of our outreach plan, we are not planning on doing any type of special public meeting per council direction. Tonight was an opportunity to provide public input. February 27th is an opportunity, as well as March 13th and March 20th as additional dates. Council did provide us with feedback that you would like us to mail postcards to residents within the wards that'll be will have a safety-sensitive zone, and so we do plan to make that adjustment from the original staff memo outlining our community outreach efforts. And with that, staff is recommending approval of CB 2001 on first reading. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Actually, Heather, I just want you to clarify something we talked about in the other meeting. I think I got confused when we said could only be one flashing sign in one direction. And that, because it was gonna gather all of our information and stuff. So there will be signs in the other direction, right? They just won't be flashing?
No, so the flashing sign, we only need one flashing sign. Can't correct me if I'm wrong on this, which will read data both ways. So it's a double sign. So you see the flashing on one side, flashing on the other side. It reads the data. So you don't need it necessarily in multiple locations. We'll strategically place it probably mid-safety zone.
I think my concern, and I still don't know if I'm understanding it right, is I don't know that I'm gonna look to the right to read a sign when I'm on the left-hand side. You know, or you know, if I'm on the opposite side of the street, I don't feel like I'm gonna look at a flashing sign over there and realize I'm in a safety zone. So my question came around to, are we going to be able to see it if I'm driving north or south? Not the flashing one, I don't care, you know, I don't want another one of those. Am I going to see that I am in a safety area on both sides of the street?
Both directions will have a leading edge safety zone ahead sign and all those applicable signs within the zone. In the middle of the zone, we want to collect the data, and so that'll be where the speed flashing sign will be displayed, and it will collect data across the street, but only be visible from one driving direction, yet to be determined.
Okay, so you won't be able to see it flashing on both sides, as Heather had stated. That's okay, I just need to wrap.
Just like the one you see in down Claude.
Yeah.
When you drive down Claude, you see the one heading north or southbound. You see it from there. You don't see it as you're coming northbound.
Right.
But it is collecting
yeah.
data across the entire roadway section.
Okay, that was my only question, because I didn't come out with what I felt like a clear understanding of it.
Councilmember Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Heather, I was just curious, the enforcement piece on this, the 2 paragraphs there, I don't want to call them vague, but I didn't know if there's anything you could elaborate to. I mean, short of a playbook of this date at this time is there anything else you can offer on the enforcement part? As far as how often it would be done or things like that?
Not at this point, as in tonight. If council, and your direction, if you would like us to come back with more detail, I certainly can do that. I also don't necessarily want to have a public conversation about when the police department traffic unit will be doing enforcement. So I'm happy to try to provide more guidance on this, but probably won't have a better idea closer to June. So
Okay.
it's something I can provide additional information on closer to that time, if that's, if you would be agreeable to that.
Yes, ma'am, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is it fair to assume that The data analytics that pertain to these coincide with our police officers writing tickets for speeders throughout our city?
If the data analytics of the,
I'm just saying, does it coincide with what we find typically taking place when our police officers write tickets for speeders? Is this part of, I mean, was there input for the police officers to have a say in terms of what they perceive to be the high speed zones?
Chief, do you want to speak to that? I would say, I mean, yes and no. I don't think we specifically asked officers, but the traffic unit provided input.
I think when it comes down, you know, what we do is take the complaints that we've heard from some of those streets over and over. What helps us with the new systems, the speed signs, is going to identify the day of time, you know, it records all that. So what that provides us is better opportunity to deploy our resources at those high times when, you know, they're seeing some high speeds in those areas. So a better use of our resources, that's what I see this program doing. So the officers go out there and impact it at those specified times.
Yeah, thank you. That was the heart of my question. Appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question. I know we had one of those flashing radar signs out on Melody for a while. Is there a way that we can see that data eventually? I know right now, and it might take some time to gather it, but I'm just curious if, I know we were looking at Melody for a reason, and some of that data might, I don't know if that's going to be categorized into like the pre-data that we're looking at, or if we're going to collect more pre-data that's going to go into this study.
The proposed safety-sensitive zone is on Melody, but there's already a flashing speed sign on Melody that does collect the data. And so we can pull that data, and we can bring that forward or send you an email of what that data looks like.
I would absolutely just love to see that, just because that's what we're looking at implementing in these other zones, and I think it's just a good kind of look at,
Yeah, I
see
would
what
just
we should
ask-
expect.
I would only ask that you be patient with us and give us some time, like.
Absolutely.
We're not going to be able to provide that data by Tuesday.
No, no.
So,
Whenever it's possible, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So Heather, I'm looking at the first paragraph of the memo, and it talks about that the ordinance addresses certain areas of the city that pose a public safety risk based on a combination, blah, 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 right? And you're narrowing it down to the residential piece. I probably missed a conversation, but can you clarify why that doesn't include the larger streets or intersection? And why this doesn't, are there any recommended strategies for those areas?
So this program is intended to target residential areas to complement the work that's already being done on major arterials and high accident intersections. So certainly, we've, I think, had a couple conversations with council where we've shared the approach and strategy with those areas, and that's where our traffic unit deploys during certain hours of time. Traffic enforcement, say 104th and Huron is a prime example.
one.
120th and Washington, 120th and I want to say Irma is an area, Claude. So we've been using the traffic unit strategically through deployments to address those high accident areas, as well as speeding along those roadways. Chief and deputy have also shifted direction of officers, that not just the focus of the traffic unit, but all patrol officers to do proactive enforcement when possible on their shifts. And so that's where we're starting to see a greater reach. Jason Johnson just sent the last municipal court report, and so you probably saw the increase in traffic citations, and you're seeing that increase as a result of that strategic realignment with deployment of the traffic unit and officers in general doing traffic enforcement whenever possible. So the challenge that we've had, with all of that said, is we continue to receive a high number of complaints about residential roadway speeding. We also have done considerable work on our No Need for Speed traffic calming program. I believe the areas that we've identified, one, Melody Drive that was mentioned, is an example of a roadway that we've applied Connect Northglenn, a road diet improvement to. However, we still continue to receive complaints about speeding vehicles on that roadway, aside from the fact that there has been traffic enforcement done on Melody Drive. So we're trying to find and add another tool to our toolbox. So this program's not going to replace No Need for Speed. It's going to complement No Need for Speed. It's going to complement our existing enforcement efforts as well as enhance them. And then, we'll see where we go. We did talk about this in the study session. The goal is not to, we don't believe the success of this program is going to be based on the number of safety zones. We're starting small because that's what we can handle currently, not only on the public works side with our staffing levels, but also with the police department traffic unit staffing level. So we hope that moving forward, after we do that 1-year evaluation, we can add additional sites. But to really stick to the criteria that we've established, knowing that we may need to flex and adjust as we move forward, but that'll be yet to be seen.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
I think my question's really for Chief, Heather, but you could probably answer it too, or DC, we're cool. What I'm wondering, Chief, is that, we've talked previously about how many people we actually have staffed right now on our traffic patrol, designated traffic speeding. I'm seeing 2 people. Is there more than 2 people on that right now?
I have 2 motor officers currently.
Okay. When will they come out? I mean, I don't know if they went out into cars or what, but when did the motorcycles historically come out? Is that going to be?
Well, I think they were out a couple times, but right now, if it's below 35, 40 degrees, they're not going to go.
Yeah, I totally agree.
They did most of, how cold it was in January. So a lot of those tickets were written when they were using cars. And you'll see those numbers once they're on motorcycles. It's much more convenient and easy for them to get in and out of places and it's quicker. So you'll see those ticket numbers actually go up once we deploy that.
And I'm just curious as to, we have these 4 zones now. The idea is to have 4 officers, right?
Correct.
Correct. I'm just worried about how much time can we actually expect, when we will be fully staffed, and things like that. Do you feel, I know we have people the recruits coming through, and we all know the possible numbers of who might actually make it. Do you feel that you will be fully staffed, or you're on the way to be fully staffed by the time this program rolls out?
Not fully. I'm hopeful that we'll add a 3rd motor officer in that time. Our priority right now is to get off 12s to 10-hour shifts. So patrol, we need to make sure we staff patrol. So
I agree.
So that's where the priority is going to be. And once that happens, then my second priority is making sure we get that. I can tell you, I have motor officers that are ready and eager to jump on those motorcycles.
Oh, yeah.
They've been fantastic of, waiting and delaying but we will get there. It's just gonna take us a little time. Currently, we have 15 individuals that are in some training process currently, and we're currently down 10. So we're doing a massive hiring for that. It's looking really good. So hopefully by midsummer, early fall, we'll be able to start really deploying those resources.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you very much for the information.
Please open the vote.
Can I just say one more
Yeah.
thing?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that the residents understand that this was the speeding issue has been brought to us by the residents. They're expecting changes to be made. And so considering that it's safety and all that really good stuff, be a little bit, what's the word? Be a little bit polite in your responses to this particular move by council. This was brought on by residents. We're very, very thankful for them bringing their concerns to us, but it's for no other reason than to make our streets safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
It's logged off again. Oh, wait.
I will close that vote, and CB 2001 passes unanimously.
Okay, we have two resolutions tonight, CR 19. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of North Glen and Peak Fencing Incorporated for the water treatment facility fence replacement project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, Kent Kisselman, our Director of Public Works, is here to provide a summary.
Good evening, thank you for having me. In 2022, we completed a risk and a resilience assessment. In that assessment, it had many, many things to do with the water plant and the wastewater plant for upgrades. Fencing was one of them. On August 24th, we actually had a breach. You're all aware of that. And so we kind of expedited this process. So tonight is the bid for the perimeter fencing around the entire water plant, along with an addendum or a supplemental project to do the rest of the fencing around Lift Station A, with a 5% contingency for a total expenditure of $204,254,040. And I'll answer any questions you have, and we recommend approval of this resolution.
See no questions. Thank you, Kent. Joanna, will you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Can I just ask one little question? It won't affect the vote in any way. Have we done work with them in the past with this companion? They're all,
No, Ideal Fencing usually does our smaller projects.
okay. So, but this has been granted towards Champion, or did this go to Ideal Fencing?
Ideal
Sorry.
Fencing has done projects.
Okay, so we're just doing an overage on it?
Yeah.
And are they a North Glen business? Sorry.
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 19 passes unanimously.
All right, Kent is still with us for CR 21. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of North Glen and Felsberg, Holt, and Ulivig Incorporated for construction administration services for the 120th Avenue Corridor Improvements Project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, hello.
All right, so we started our project on 120th on January 9th, and they're moving quickly to get that stuff done. Our project team remains the same, Stanley, FHU, us, CDOT, Roxol. This is just, we ran into some staffing issues, and so we need some assistance, and for as long as either the project duration goes on or until we can get some staffing up to speed, FHU is going to assist us in some day-to-day operations and help us manage and keep the project on track. And so this is a resolution for $249,000. We're certainly hoping we don't spend all that. That's kind of the max. And we recommend approval of this resolution, and I'll answer any questions.
Any questions?
It's going very smoothly. It really is. I'm really surprised. I'm just that my phone hasn't been ringing off the hook. People are very patient about it.
Thank you. Joanna, please open the vote. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Long.
Yeah. What's the term of this agreement?
The project is, like a 12-month project, so this would just, it wouldn't go longer than the project.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Did that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, it did. It did.
Vote is open, please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 21 passes unanimously.
Mayor, may I speak before we move to the next topic? Heather, on this document, and I think Councilmember Walker pointed out why I was confused, and I thank him for that. In the document for the water treatment placement, we say that it is with peak fencing. So I'd suggest if we're not doing with peak fencing, that we go ahead and change that. Thank you, Councilmember Walker.
It is pink.
Hmm?
I believe so. That's,
I know. I'll look it up.
I'm
I
sorry.
read it wrong. I was
Just
going
give me
up to
just a
all of that.
minute here.
Oh, here is what he said.
Peak fencing was selected as the lowest responsive bidder. I think Kent was referring to Champion as a company that we've used in the past.
But aren't we using Ideal?
Did Kent already leave?
No, he's here.
Can you clarify, Kent?
Is doing this project.
Peak is doing this
Yeah,
project.
we've worked with Champion and Ideal in the past on other projects. It's just that Peak Fencing came in as the lowest responsive bidder on this project.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, discussion item number 1, 2021 International Building Codes Adoption Overview. Welcome, Brooke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before we get started, I want to do a brief round of introductions. In addition to myself, Dan Wester, our Chief Building Official, we also have Hope Medina, Kristen Brinkler, who are the consultants that have been working on this project. I also want to recognize Chief Gosling, Jean Petramula, who's our permit tech, who also works a lot on this stuff. And we also have Becky Smith, our planning manager, who has been the primary project manager on the staff side of putting this together. So with that, I'm going to kick off this presentation, then hand over the presentation to Christine, who's going to lead you through most of the stretch code information, and then I will jump back in at the end with some for the final slide decks, and then also some closing remarks. So with that, I'll get started. The purpose here is to give you guys an update on the 21 building codes, the stretch codes exercise, and also a path to net zero for new construction by 2030. We are talking about stretch codes, which will go into more detail as to what that really means and how that works. The standard amendments I will also be covering toward the end, which will primarily focus on our building division and North Metro Fire, and then our standard carryover amendments that we do within the code. Also, we'll have a brief conversation here on path to net zero regulations for new construction. Okay, model building codes are updated every 3 years and adopted locally across the country. The code's purpose is to improve construction and maintenance of the built environment and promote health, life safety, affordability, sustainability, and general welfare for the community. Supporting amendments, and that's what we're going to have the primary conversation tonight about, is strategically aligning the codes with the North Glen goals. You say, what goals are those? Well, here we go. It is our City Council strategic plan, it is a sustainability plan, and also the energy action plan that we have brought forward to Council, and all of those initiatives are associated with that. So, jumping into the Energy Conservation Code, what we're looking at with the 2021 amendments is a 8 to 9% more efficient than the 2018 existing building codes. This has overwhelmingly been approved by building officials across the country. The language is also providing some cleanup and clarification and continued focus on flexibility and options. One thing I also want to mention as we move forward with adopting building codes, one of the things that's in the staff report is historically, I have promoted a every other edition adoption process. However, because of the amount of Energy Conservation Code amendments that are coming forward in each edition, it has a larger impact on overall construction costs. And primarily when I say construction costs, it's new construction costs or substantial remodels. With that, the jumps in costs are substantial enough to where I will be recommending moving forward that we adopt every code amendment coming out in a 3-year cycle as opposed to in a every other year cycle. All right, so how did we start this? Why are we doing it? Well, we participated in a DOLA grant. For some reason, the remote does not like me. I'm gonna use my left hand and hopefully that's close enough to get it to work. Regional Community Cohort. So we actually partnered with Boulder County, Broomfield County, and a handful of other northern area communities. The idea here is to create consistency for builders in our sub-region and make it easier for them to navigate the codes. This has been a joint collaboration process with those communities, their building departments, North Metro Fire, as well as the consultant team. We've been working through this since last year of May of '22, and we are currently in phase 2 where we're working on a roadmap to net zero. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment as to what that really looks like. And then I'm going to hand it over to Christine, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the process, and then we'll jump into the sustainability stretch code amendments. It's coming up too, so I'm going to say they're both going to talk, so I'm going to let them take the show. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, members of council. Thank you for having us today. We're delighted to talk about building codes even after 9 o'clock at night. We're just those rare humans who find it very exciting. So I'm Christine Brinker with Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, and this is Hope Medina with Shums Coda. Tell us to slow down if you want, but otherwise we will try to make sure that we don't keep you here too late. In the cohort process with all of those communities, we started by looking at all the communities' different goals, strategic plans, and comprehensive plans. And from there, we identified what amendments were widespread across the state and were trending. Then we narrowed it down to those amendments that made the most financial sense and practical sense, based on costs, on community input, on stakeholder input. So that's where we got to this particular list of amendments. All of the communities in a nutshell have either adopted or are in the process of adopting these exact same amendments. We haven't had any attrition yet, fingers crossed. Erie is already adopted since we updated this, and Lafayette has passed it through the study session and is up for first reading, and it looks to be unanimous so far. Interestingly enough, when we were going through the process, the state legislature changed the game on us, and they passed a law requiring essentially what we were recommending for this region anyway. So you kind of have to do a lot of this anyway, for better or for worse. So the state legislature passed a law saying that for all building code adoptions after July, they have to include the latest edition of the Energy Code, the 2021 IECC. They have to include solar ready, EV ready, and electric ready. And all the amendments that we have through the cohort process, we recalibrated those to make sure they would be in compliance with the state law.
Okay, so the concept of what we were really focusing on was, again, the solar ready, the electric ready, and the EV charging station was looking at it as future-proofing your community, establishing parameters so that you weren't having to endure those costs later on as things come online, such as this law that is in effect at the moment. While it is dealing with new construction, there are some avenues where if it's not done at the beginning, such as for multifamily doesn't necessarily have the capability to be able to install these on their own. So some of this does address that particular item. So my apologies. Looking at solar ready, basically what was done in these amendment packages was the fact that we took what was already existing and has been existing within the Energy Code and the IRC for several cycles. It's an appendix that can be adopted, so it already was dealing with the solar ready as far as where it needs to be placed, you know, how you deal with the structural integrity. The only thing that we really did to that was address the missing concept that happened in there with the multifamily that are 3 stories or less. So we included it so that there isn't this broad spectrum of building components that would not be able to utilize that solar-ready provisions for it. And it is, what I will tell you right now, because I have seen the language for what the state is doing, it is in line with it enough. So there won't be a whole lot of differences within that. Now, what this particular, we ranked all of these as being, you know, whether they're mild, medium, or aggressive as far as going above what you would find in the base of the 2021. And this particular item is mild as it's currently written, but it is very useful as far as that future proofing. Now, EV ready, we've all seen, we saw the Super Bowl commercial, right? With dealing with the EV and all that fun stuff. So it's in the future, it's coming. What we did is we took kind of a broad spectrum of the communities around here, because there's a lot of looking at what do we need to do. We need to focus on this, we need to focus on that. We have this type of construction. And so we took a look at the community as a whole, the Denver metro area, pulling in things like what was going on in Denver, what was going on in the city of Boulder, so that we did have a wide spectrum as far as where these are coming from. So we did a lot of things that were based on, such as occupancy, which is determined by the building codes. And so that gave us a great base in determining where our EV was going to be. We also looked at things as far as how we wanted to do it, because it's not just, hey, we're going to install EV. You have various different phases and options. So we have EV capable, meaning you're prepping it, so you have like the conduit going, and then you have EV ready, that it's ready and basically wired. You've got a junction box that's ready to install the plug, and then you have EV installed, where that's where you can have your charging station there. So we gave various options, knowing that you need a little bit of flexibility. Now, the amendment that we put together for EV is a little bit more aggressive. It's on the medium side, it's not mild, but it is also in line with what we feel that will be coming down from the state.
Now on to electric ready and electric preferred. This has come onto the scene just recently in the last number of years, because we have seen dramatic improvements in electrification technology, in their cost, and in their widespread availability, and that wasn't the case maybe a decade ago. So the idea of this is gradually converting some systems that used to run on fossil fuels over to electricity, now that our grid is moving more towards renewable electricity. So it comes out a lot cleaner and a lot more efficient as a result. So there's different levels of how to take a step in this direction. The baby step is electric ready, which is just making sure that homeowners and businesses can switch over to high efficiency electric equipment in the future if they want to, making sure they have the conduit and the electrical panel. And then the next step is electric preferred, and that is what is in the amendments now. And that is still allowing new construction to have either all electric or natural gas, but if you do put in natural gas, you put in some extra efficiency as well, as a way to make sure that you're using those fossil fuels as efficient as possible, and in a sense kind of offset those extra emissions. The most aggressive option would be all electric, and the cohort is not recommending that at this phase. That would be more of a giant leap at this point, whereas the electric preferred is more of a step in the right direction that aligns with the technology readiness and is in line with the costs, so that we're not incurring a premium for new construction. I should say this is only new construction here. It doesn't apply to existing homes. So it's working on building our homes and buildings right in the first place. The cost for this particular item, it's very flexible for whatever the builder chooses, working with their client and the homeowners. If they pick all electric, then in a nutshell, the actual heating and water heating systems cost more than their natural gas equivalents, but you don't have to put in the natural gas piping from the street to the house or within the house. And then you also don't need a separate air conditioner, because heat pumps are heating and air conditioning combined into one. And so the studies that are coming out show that you break even, possibly even a slight advantage for all electric homes, and that's all being worked out there. For the natural gas option called mixed fuel option, it depends on the extra energy efficiency that a builder would choose, and those range from about $500 to $2,500 each, and then they would still put in the wiring for the homeowner to be able to switch over to electric in the future if they so desire. Okay, so what we've been talking about, if you haven't gathered, is on heat pumps and heat pump water heaters for heating and water heating respectively. And there's about 5 questions that we get all the time, and so we thought we would just put them up here for your benefit and for other folks in Northglenn that are listening in. First of all, are we talking about heating and cooling from the ground? That's one type of heat pump, but the most common is not that. It's essentially an air conditioner that works for heating and air conditioning, both. Do they work in our cold climates? Yes, they do now. They didn't maybe a decade ago, and that's why they weren't common here in Colorado, but they do now, and that's why they're increasingly common in Colorado. They go down to minus 22 degrees in the wintertime. Are they actually cleaner, given that they're running on the electric grid, which is powered by fossil fuels? And when you do calculate the math, they do come out better for emissions, both today and with our future electric grid, which is getting increasing amounts of renewables. What would be the effect on our grid? Will we have widespread outages? We're fairly fortunate here that Xcel has a summer peak, which means they have extra generating capacity in the winter, where this extra heating load would come in. So they're okay for at least the next 10 years, if not more, and they're incorporating all of this into their short-term, medium-term, long-term plans, and are actually offering incentives to homeowners and businesses to help them switch over in this direction, which is a bit of a sign of their support and confidence in moving in this direction. And lastly, what happens in a power outage? They don't work in a power outage. But neither do gas furnaces or water heaters. So you're kind of going to be cold no matter what in that case. So I'm happy to go into any more detail on those. But as far as the ranking, we would call this medium. Mild would be just electric ready. And more aggressive would be all electric, either just for space and water heating or for the whole home and business.
Great. Excuse me. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm just trying to get this couched in my head correctly, so, because of the late hour,
Yes.
and maybe I'm slow. But, so this is all about really creating some requirements for new construction, multifamily homes. Would industrial buildings also be considered part of this?
No, this is looking at residential and commercial. Those covered by the IRC, the International Residential Code, and the IBC, the International Building Code.
What's the
And so
difference
for an
between commercial and
complex-
industrial?
For an industrial complex, none of this heating or water heating systems would apply, just the actual shell of the building. When they're building that, might fall into some of these provisions, but not the heating and water heating parts that we're talking about here. Do you want to clarify anything on that?
Yeah, for the energy code, when it kicks in is if you're going to heat or cool, at that point, then the provisions would kick in, but as a whole, you're looking at more of the shell of the building that would.
Okay. So when you say commercial, we're talking about a business. Let's say, for example, if Prost comes in, well, they've already started. But if they were to start after July 1st, they would have to follow these requirements, correct?
So, one of the things in the staff memo that we identified is that there's different tiers of remodel. Tier 2 is that if you were to do an addition to a building, an existing commercial building, that addition would be subject to the new code. If you are doing a Tier 3, which is a substantial remodel where you're essentially you would essentially be required to bring everything up to code. So to the extent that these provisions are written, they would have to go through a code analysis to determine which applicable provisions of the codes would apply to that work and that scope. Now, if you're building ground up, it's the same exercise. The architect will have to take a look at the code amendments and understand which ones are applicable to which types of improvements. But when we think about mechanical systems, MEP, and things of those natures, that will effectively be part of the calculus that'll have to be taken into effect. I do want to emphasize at this point, just to clarify, is that existing homes, unless it's a tear down and rebuild, are not going to be subject to this. And in very rare instances, if you're doing a Tier 2 remodel to a home, that would be like a substantial addition. Some of these provisions will only apply to the addition, just as it would with commercial.
Okay, gotcha. Just follow on, if you don't mind. So a lot of these houses are pretty old, and some of them have the very original meter back from 1960s, 63. And some people now are thinking about putting in meter panels and raising their service masts, that sort of thing. Would that be applicable in that sort of scenario?
No, I mean, effectively what you're referring to is actually doing something better for the house.
Yes.
But it would not trigger the rest of the house to be brought up to the standards that we're
Okay.
identifying here. And that's what I'm referring to as Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, which is also mentioned in the staff memo, is that type of work is not going to require the rest of the building to be brought up or to replace a water heater or things like that. So,
I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, two further amendments. One is cool roofs for commercial buildings. This is white roofs instead of black roofs. And this is for heat island effect to make our cities cooler in the summertime. They're the same cost as black roofs, and all the same suppliers supply both. And this is moving forward in the next edition of the code, so we essentially brought it forward here. And then similarly, horticulture lighting or indoor agriculture, indoor grow facilities, having more efficient lighting for those facilities, since that's a huge energy use there. Those two additional items we would characterize as mild. Now, the costs of all of this that we've been talking about, the cohort kept housing affordability top of mind at every decision point and in every conversation, because we know that that's super important now for all of our community members. So this has some more detail from Pacific Northwest National Lab that's cracked the numbers for a number of decades now on energy codes, and they found that the increased first cost, so the cost of construction, would go up by about $3,400, and then if that's added into a mortgage, the addition on your mortgage is less than the energy savings that you would have already accrued. And so the energy savings essentially pay for the increase in first cost. There are a number of other studies from different folks, and they range from 4,000 to 8,000, give or take. But while we're looking at the costs of the stretch codes, of the energy codes, there's a few other things to keep in mind. One is that essentially housing prices are divorced from the level of code. They're fairly detached, and that is because housing costs are determined by location and schools and walkability and community character and so many things other than the energy code. People like me might look at what energy code is in place, but typically housing costs are separate from that. Next, energy bills themselves are an important component of housing affordability. It's not just if you can afford to buy a house, but if you can afford to live in it and pay the bills. Third, as Hope was mentioning before, the cost of retrofitting to put in these changes later is many times more than just building it right the first time. And finally, we have a lot more incentives available now to help with these measures. Equity was also top of mind at every point in the conversation to make sure that we're not inadvertently harming disadvantaged community members or preventing them from being able to either afford to buy a house in North Glen or rent a house in North Glen and afford the energy bills. So it's worth mentioning that low-income advocates have been strong proponents of energy codes. They're active in all the energy code development hearings and formed the 2021. Second of all, renters have very little control over what's installed in the building where they're renting. They can't change out the heating system. They can't add more insulation in the walls. They're kind of stuck there. So a key equity provision is making sure that new multifamily buildings are built efficient in the first place to reduce the bills for the renters. This slide shows the climate impacts of the different amendments. You can skim over these. Let me know if you want any more detail. And with that, let me pass it back to Brooke, unless there's any questions before.
Nope.
All right, home stretch, here we go. Standard amendments, and so really this is what we do every code adoption, and what I'm gonna do is essentially quickly go through, oops, wrong way. There we go. So these are what we typically see, and you'll also notice that in the staff report, I try to embody the majority of what they typically are. Essentially, it's appeals, it's regulations, and also the violations and enforcements, as well as cross-referencing back and forth between the individual codes, because when you look at the IBCs in its totality, it's about 6 books altogether. It's about that thick. Ask Dan, he'll be happy to share them with you. If you ever have insomnia, they're the best type of reading source material you can have hope for. But I just want to highlight a few key things here. The sprinkler requirements for multifamily closets and storage spaces on balconies. This is a new thing that is coming into play. Also, our table under the climate and geographic criteria data, Manual J, is updated. That's in your packet as well. And then lastly here, deletions of Articles 9, 12, and 14. The first two are administered by the state. That's the National Energy Code aspects. One of the things that we also write into the ordinance is that the National Energy Code comes out at a different time, and so we by reference go with what that is as it's required by state statute. And also under Article 14, North Metro Fire requested that to be removed. Want to briefly talk here about path to net zero. As we talked about, the objective here is to try to get to net zero code options for new construction by 2030. As was previously discussed, this aligns with House Bill 1362. We've also attached a draft resolution, which is part of the code cohort process for council to consider. We would bring that forward at the second reading for adoption of the building code. I also want to point out one thing is that the Sustainability Committee has also reviewed all of these recommendations, and they also have support for that. That's in your staff memo as well. And then basically, council can elect to adopt this then. So we are recommending moving forward with this proposal, and if you guys have any questions for us, we're here to answer, and I have more subject matter expert than I probably can possibly answer, so hopefully if you have questions, we can help answer them tonight. Thank you.
Questions for the team?
I think personally we should move forward. That's just my own thought on it, is that the direction should be to continue. Because I don't think there's any way, no offense for saying this, but I don't think there's any way around bringing these adoptions in. But that's just my own opinion.
So with that, if there's not any more questions, the consensus from council then is to move forward and bring this forward. I will mention that unlike regular public hearings, there's going to be a certain gap because of the noticing requirements under the city charter. So with that, I want to thank you all very much for your time tonight. We're very excited about bringing this forward and really appreciate your time in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not 42 pages long.
43 slides.
Hey, make sure that you give me one for when I term
Well, I
out.
will tell you that I did lose a coffee because I thought we were going to get it under 20 and it's about 22 minutes.
Nice.
All right,
24
next.
minutes. 24 minutes.
Next item is the Bridge Summit. City Manager Guyer is presenting this item to council.
Okay, home stretch. Jessica's going to provide you her vision for the Bridge Summit. I want to provide some context for council. So this idea came up out of conversation when Jessica and I were meeting with Jessica Fiddler, who's the executive director of Almost Home. And knowing how that discussion was evolving, and then also the recent dinner that the city council had with the Adams County Board of County Commissioners, Jessica and I have been having conversations and really trying to figure out how can we further the conversation and provide a space for elected officials to brainstorm and have conversation about how to really develop a strategy around homelessness. Adams County is doing great things. There are different cities within Adams County that have stepped forward, such as Northglenn, and are doing great work. The piece that's missing for me as city manager, and I know several of you on council, is a regional strategy. And that's something that the mayor and others of you who attended the Adams County Board of County Commissioners dinner on this topic were asking for. So given that we really received direction to, at our level, move things forward, that's why we're advancing this idea. And I'll turn it over to Jessica to share more.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having me. New council member Long. My name is Jessica and I manage our crisis response unit here in Northglenn. So tonight I am here to seek council consensus and input on hosting the inaugural Bridge Summit. And this Bridge Summit would bring together local elected officials as well as city leadership from the city of Northglenn plus the surrounding municipalities as well as Adams County. And these elected officials and city leadership would be brought together with the service providers of Northglenn. It is known that when service providers are providing the communities and that we all live, that our residents benefit. And it is also known that Adams County has fewer per capita service providers and nonprofits than our surrounding counties of Denver and Boulder County. So what we would like to do is bring together the cities with the service providers in an effort to raise up the nonprofits and organizations, especially coming out of the pandemic, and seeing what nonprofits are still out there, and specifically when we are talking about housing instability, which nonprofits are still existing out there to serve our public, and how our cities and our governments can support them. The proposed summit would be a one-day event that takes place over 5 hours, either here in the city of Northglenn or utilizing the Human Resources Building over in Westminster. And it would provide an opportunity to highlight the service providers within Adams County, the ones that are serving housing needs. We would get to learn from the service providers of what they would need to be able to grow and thrive within Adams County and the municipalities of Adams County. We would also be able to get together with staff to see what are priorities of the local municipalities, what highlights do they have, what priorities do they have as a city, and see what service providers are out there that can serve those priorities. And then we'd also get to see what they need to grow. So we would get to encourage our municipalities and Adams County to support our service providers, as well as have an opportunity to invite other service providers into Adams County. For example, large service providers are in Boulder and Denver counties, such as Salvation Army, Denver Rescue Mission, and Catholic Charities. We would be able to invite those to the table to see what it would take and if they have an interest in growing here in Adams County as well. This would be a day for us to kind of see what the people who are out there serving our residents who are in need and the governments in which they live, how can we bridge that gap in bringing the need and the solutions together? So what we're looking for tonight is to see if City Council is on board to move forward with the summit. And if so, then the next steps would be to identify a location, and have a concrete day and time, space, and then send out a call for service to the service providers by March 2nd. What that looks like is asking each of the municipalities, what do they want to see? Who are they in talks with and what do they want to see more of? We would then go ahead and invite those service providers to the table to come to that summit, the Bridge Summit. And then we would send out the invitations to city leadership, elected officials, and service providers the following week, and then finally host the Bridge Summit in April. The flow of the summit would be a time for a brief introduction and presentation to align the intention. And then we would have small groups that would be small breakout sessions. So think of like a speed dating opportunity. So city officials and leadership could go around and meet the different nonprofits that are serving their residents. And then at the end, we would be able to have a larger group discussion between the different municipalities and county to see how we can go ahead and support these nonprofits that are serving our residents. At the same time that this is happening, our city manager is also working on scheduling a meeting with the city and county managers to discuss the current MOU that exists on regional homelessness and see if these efforts can align with the efforts of bringing in and helping support our service providers. We know that cities and government can't do this alone, and a lot of our residents are served ultimately by the nonprofits that choose to operate out of our local governments. And so we really do want an opportunity to support them and see where they are standing as we exit this pandemic and what we can do to help them accomplish their mission of serving the residents that they are in identifying the needs of their goals and vision. As with everything, there's a cost, and that cost, we are estimating to be around $5,000 or under for, and that mostly is food expense for the summit. So to have the event catered, if it's out of the Human Services building, then we can use the Work Options catering. If it's not out of the Human Services, we do not have access to that catering. So $5,000 is the estimate for the day. The other municipalities or participating municipalities would be invited to also co-host, and they could support that financially if they would like to, but North Glen would be dedicated to covering that cost if no one else steps forward. So tonight, we're really looking to see if we have city council consensus on moving forward with a Bridge Summit and any feedback that you would have regarding the event.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended that dinner at Adams County, and I really felt like after that session that they were really kind of putting the onus on the cities to come up with a plan. And I'm not insulted, but, you know, clearly, if they're not gonna pick up the task, somebody has to do it. And after I saw the documentary, Us and Them, I think I have a better understanding of how people kind of fall onto these hard times. And so I'm very sympathetic to that. And then, of course, I think the spillover effect was I went over and I saw the resource room on Fridays with Jessica and her team. I did the point in time. So my journey in understanding this issue now has really put a fire in my belly. And I think this would be a great opportunity for us to come together as multiple cities to come up with a concept of operations or a straw man that's what we use the term in the military, a straw man, kind of try and figure out something, then that we could bring back to the county and say, okay, you told us to do this, here's the plan. And hopefully they'll be able to buy into that. I think you intend to have county walk this process with us, so it shouldn't be a great surprise.
Yeah, the county would be invited as well as
Great,
elected officials.
thank you for
and leadership.
confirming that. So I am wholeheartedly in support of this initiative.
Thank you. Councilmember Lukman Hiramaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am also wholeheartedly in support of this. As Councilmember Hondo said, I also got to see the movie in the Resource Center and see firsthand the needs. Plus, this is something that we have all been really advocating for quite some time. Like, we need to pull more resources together. We need more municipalities to band together. And even after that movie, Us and Them, there were a few council members from other cities who were saying the same thing. We want to work together. We just, we have to figure out how. So I just want to say thank you, City Manager Guyer, to you for really making that happen. And this is so crucial because everybody wants it to happen, but there's no movement. So I'm really proud of Northland for kind of taking that leadership role and making this happen. I can't say much more than that. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Housing is key, there's no question about it. And homelessness is a plague that's across our country. I come from a healthcare background, hospital, as a matter of fact. So when I look at service and subject matter experts, not only do I look at what you need to do to find a place for these folks to live, I'm looking at the bigger picture, adding additional, you call them service providers. I think we need to open up that box and invite some hospitals. I used to run facilities where we did detoxification. There's no detox in our community. It's a major problem. You have to get beyond that in order to start the rehab process. So I would support this wholeheartedly with my other colleagues here. But I want to share this. I think we need to open up the gates and let some other service providers into the program that can provide some rehabilitation and some serious approaches to really getting to the detox problem first, so we can have an orientation and a rational person responding to us as opposed to dealing with some really tough situations. And I will share this also, sometimes these homeless situations not necessarily tied to drugs or alcoholism or what have you. Sometimes, regrettably, it's just bad luck. So,
Thank you for those thoughts. And I do want to emphasize that this is on housing and stability, so it's not just a focus on homelessness, but it's about the services that go into supporting someone staying housed. So that does encompass mental health, physical health. Community Reach Center would be invited to the table. That did used to run the detox center and the behavioral urgent care. So all of those supportive services that not only get someone into a physical house of some sort, but also the supporting services that go into keeping them there. Yep.
thank you for your efforts.
Councilmember Brown.
I wanted to just take a minute, because I've said it to Heather, and I've kind of said it to you in passing, we haven't had the time. I am so appreciative of what you managed to do in such a short amount of time, to basically, not to be over dramatic, but save someone's life, and you did it. I hear your stories, and I hear what we're saying. I don't think until it touches you personally, like that one did I really understand. I mean, you moved lightning speed. I had updates from Heather when we could get them, I'm just beyond impressed with what you do, and you need to hear that from me.
Well, thank
You know what I mean? I am so thankful for you. I'm so thankful for Heather that I was able to reach out to you guys, and you just embraced the challenge, and it was amazing to me. I think you had everything in place within like 3 days once we got the other side to calm down. You need to know how much you are valued in our community. I am for this. I want to be involved in it, as much as I can be. My problem with inviting Community Reach into the circle of trust is that they closed that detox center down, because it wasn't profitable. And now we, like you said, we have nothing. You gotta go down to Denver Health and then you're gonna get transferred out to Aurora, That's embarrassing. So I appreciate you. I want to be involved and you are my hero.
Well, thank you. Can I provide a little bit of context of what you're talking about for the other council members?
You can,
No one knows.
You can apply context, but no names.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So what Councilmember Brown is talking about is a former North Glen resident who is a long-term resident, experienced some difficulties in the past couple of years and has found themselves in a situation where they are identifying as being homeless right now. And that person reached out to city leadership, to council, and was looking for resources. And it was on a Saturday evening, I believe. And
Or late Friday, I don't.
yeah, so we were able to get them placed in shelter in their own, not in a shelter, but in their own place, I think by Monday morning. And that person will be entering into their own lease coming up here in the very beginning of March. But they are also sheltered between now and then. And so they're leveraging their own income. They just didn't know how to. They didn't know how to leverage their own limited income into housing. And they actually are set to do so. They just needed assistance in researching the right way to do that. So
One little clarifying thing. Although not a full-time North Glen resident, she is a volunteer here in the city of North Glen. And the fact that I was blown away. I was blown away by the fact that I got a text from Heather saying, okay, we've got this extended stay set up, where's she at today? And we all, you are wonderful.
well, thank you. Thanks. And it's really the entire crisis response unit. So Tristan was here with me for the majority of the evening, and it really is a group effort. So our crisis unit does have 5 members to it, myself and then 3 co-responders and a community resource navigator that you guys just approved to move to another co-responder tonight, so thank you. So myself and 4 co-responders. But that's the work that we do in North Glen, is we meet crises no matter where it is, whether the person is housed or not housed, and then we just problem solve from their unique situation. And in that one, it turned out to be a good resolution.
I mean, I prayed about it constantly for those 4 days or 3 days. And she is so blessed, and I'm amazed.
And bringing it back to the service providers, I hear that with Community Reach, and I also want to provide a space for them at the table so they can hear the priorities of the municipalities that they are serving, and so they can also see what's valued and maybe offer some feedback on needed resources.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying don't invite them. I'm just saying that I don't know that I could behave myself.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you for leading this. To sort of echo a couple council members already, this is really important work, and we have been asking, and I think this is great. The only thing I would ask is that it's in a day and time that, we can attend, because the majority of municipal elected officials have full-time jobs. So we just want to make sure that we can attend so that we have a really robust conversation. One of the things that I would also caution is our experience with the commissioners is that they like to share what they're doing and not listen as much. And so my hope is that there's a facilitation that will enable them to hear the ideas and not feel like they have to defend all of the amazing work that they're doing, because that is what happened. We do see that Adams County is doing incredible things, but we want to make sure that it's facilitated in a way that they can listen and embrace some of those new ideas that come up.
Great. while I'm here, does city council have feedback on days and times that work better?
Tell me more. April?
Not exact, but in general, evening hours, weekend hours.
Is there a drawback from trying to do it on a weekend, on a Saturday?
I've been in contact with Addie Valdez, who is the Deputy Director of Human Resources Building. I don't know if they open their community rooms on days that the Human Resources Building is closed. That is my question for them. And then my other thought is with checking with our Parsons Theater as well as our community rooms. They are booked through the weekends of April. Unless we do an early morning and ending by noon.
How many hours are you thinking?
5.
Ooh, that makes the evening hard.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel, I mean, if it's 5, I'd probably advocate for Saturday.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have one more item, but we need to vote on whether or not we are going to continue this evening. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Motion that we continue this meeting to finish the last agenda item.
Second. What's the matter?
Vote is open.
Oh, I
Please
think
vote.
I already voted. I don't know. I lost track. Nick usually keeps me on. Okay.
I will close that vote, and the motion to continue the meeting past 10 PM passes with 3 no votes cast by Mayor Leidy, Mayor Pro Tem Whitkovich, and Councilmember Luqman Haramasa.
All right, it passed. I guess we keep going.
I'll try to be as speedy as I can.
I'm gonna caution you, it's not my favorite brain power after 10, but let's go.
Can we have a revote?
I can move this item. It's really okay.
I mean, can you, I think it's too big to keep going because we know that our brains are kind of done. They're full at 10.
I can move this item to February 27th or early March. And then I'll push out the April date of when I'm supposed to come back for the second session. I can push that out. It's really okay. I don't want to keep you here longer.
Is this more of a study session meeting
Feels like it.
versus
but
a council
Do you
meeting?
want to speak to it?
Well, so we're finding that based on the volume of items that we have, sometimes that these items do feel like a study session. But if I can keep it tight and shorter, between 15 to 30 minutes, I've been utilizing discussion item space. So we did get off pace based on the planning I did put into this agenda management tonight, based on one of our presentations. That's gonna happen. So there's an ebb and flow to all of this. So I would say my preference would be, let's just go ahead and reschedule it. I appreciate the votes to move forward with the conversation, but the intent of this item is to really have collaboration around making sure we ensure what priorities are identified and those items are moving forward. But I don't necessarily want this conversation to be hard based on the time of night, because there's so much great work happening. And so I'd rather just, my preference would be you reschedule it, or I reschedule it for you.
We could vote again, too.
We vote again? Do we have another new motion? Or do we just adjourn?
I'd like to put my 2 cents in, just real quick.
Yes.
What Heather's attempting to do here, again, just to share it, is brilliant. This is one of the things that I have challenged myself with through my whole career. And so for Heather to take this on like she's doing, putting time limits on these things, making us cognizant of what we're going to be doing, the time allotted, to me is just really, really smart.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I just want to put that.
Why
2
she's our
cents
city
into it.
manager.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, no, I agree. Very responsive. We noticed it. We appreciate it. Is everyone okay tabling this till next week?
Corey, do we have to vote on it again?
You do not, you've already gone past 10 o'clock, so I
Yeah.
think you've actually satisfied your motion. So you
Yes, ma'am.
When you're done, will you come over here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, the other thing is our ability to be efficient in the meetings is not only on the city manager, it's on us as the council. And that, I think we discussed this when we had our facilitated session with Bill. And that is, we have to kind of police ourselves to make sure that, A, you know, when we're having conversation, we're on point. And B, that if all of a sudden we're getting off track, we need to get back on to the main discussion. And I don't feel like we really do that very well. Do we need to think about, and perhaps this is a discussion another time, but to perhaps lay a norm or a ground rule of saying point of order, which is a very polite way to say, yep, okay, I acknowledge your feelings and what you're saying right now. That's not really appropriate. Let's get back onto the central theme so that we can be very efficient with the time. I just wanted to offer that up for this days to self-reflect, and perhaps we could discuss it another time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. We are adjourned. Drive safe.
Heather, my ride's gonna leave me. For anybody who cares, I'm stealing Catherine's cupcake. 'Cause I just